Громкость студию дай. Студию звук.
науки Казахстана Асхат Аймагамбетов, руководитель международного секретариата.
The head of the International Secretariat G Global, Serik Nugerbekov, Kamilshon Karimov, First Deputy Minister of Higher and Secondary Specialized Education of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and Firudin Gurbanov, Deputy Minister of Education of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Alexandra Akirman, Regional Manager for Corporate Relations and Communications, Coca-Cola, and Mr. Kurbinov will discuss our topics. We thank the partners of our feast, the Kazakh Technical University, Coca-Cola Company, Kazakh Agro-Technical University, Baysakan Seyfulin, Southern Kazakhstani University by Mukhtar Awesaf, and we thank Kinopark Intellectual Partners Danone, BTS Education, and Aktobe Regional University by Shubanov, and general media partners the STIB, Habar Agency, and Forbes Kazakhstan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, we are happy to welcome you at the third Nobel Festival, Central Asian Festival. My name is Mr. Kurbinov. Our fund is the main organizer of this festival. Over the year, the Nobel Fest has become the scientific event of Central Asian countries and Caucasus countries. And this time can be considered as the year of knowledge for our region because 11 Nobel laureates for breakthrough, more than 80,000 participants, leading experts, innovators are participating in the Nobel Feast. During 4 days, from 26 to 29th of October, in Nur-Sultan, in Tashkent and Baku, you will watch more than 70 speakers, more than 30 different events, and the presentations of Nobel laureates, of Oscar laureates for breakthrough. Seruka Julia, one of the founders of Silicon Valley, Google X, Google Data, the provost of universities, and many others key experts. Our dream was for young people to strive for knowledge and be inspired by new novelties. And we are so happy that the Nobel Fest combined so many participants. There are more than 17 countries and 300 universities of the world. We always say that Nobel Fest is more than just a fest, and its mission to create a new knowledge base in the region. Why it's so important? Only those countries who actively invest into the science and knowledge can become advanced countries in a new scientific revolution. That is why we create new courses for universities of the region at Nobel Fest platform. And the first semester course will become the course of Harvard's professor, one of the university's professors. Exponential Innovations is his course, and it's readable in the best universities of the world, and it teaches our students to think as startuppers in different sectors. Every lesson consists of 40-50 minutes lessons, written tasks, and materials for reading. And when you study at any sector, students should understand that we live in the age of innovations, and that is why its scale will enlarge and they will transform different spheres And you can imagine that it's the first time when Harvard's professor will teach in Central Asian and Caucasus countries at such courses will impact on education, it will strengthen the image and international acknowledgement of universities. And we ask for all universities for such innovative format of cooperation in the framework of Nobel Fest. I would like to wish you all success and new ideas. And also on behalf of the organizers at the library of the first president of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Yelbasi, and International Project G Global, I would like to thank all key partners, the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Sabak Group, Coca-Cola company that helped to organize the studios in Tashkent and Baku, and also our first partner among the universities of Southern Kazakhstani universities by ourselves, Kazakh Scientific Technical University by Satpayev, Kazakh Agro-Technical University by Sakyan Fulin, Kazakh National Agrarian University, Aktobe Regional University by Zhubanov, Kaz Air Navigation, BTS Education Company, Kino Park, Cinema Networks Danon, and our media partners, Stepi, Khabar, Forbes Kazakhstan, and many, many others. Allow me to give the floor to the first Vice Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kuanish Nurgaliyev.
Forum participants, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Science of Kazakhstan, I'm really pleased to welcome you at the third Nobel Festival, dedicated to the World Science Day. The festival has become a really important scientific event that gathered world's best minds. I'm sure that the audience would agree with me that science is the most powerful engine of the progress. During 4 days of this event, there will be many opinions about the role of science. Nevertheless, I think one thing remains set in stone, that science is a driving force of the worldwide movement towards sustainable and inclusive growth. Science allows us to find solutions to the problems of the day-to-day life and seek answers to the mysteries of the universe. I think within today's forum and on the eve of the World Science Day, it will be symbolic to note some trends and approaches to the development of science in Kazakhstan. These trends and approaches should be based on the well-designed legislation and regulatory framework. I think everybody would agree with me. With this in mind, currently we are upgrading the law on science, and this became very imminent for us because the current law has been adopted 15 years ago, and many things has changed since then, and there's really big need to update it. With these changes, we are building an updated legal system to regulate scientific activity, combining the principles of autonomy, transparency, and efficacy. These comprehensive changes address human, institutional, and practical aspects of the research field. Let me just briefly stop on some of them. While we pay significant attention to supporting young scientists, the ministry has recently started allocating separate research grants for these young researchers so they can build their research capacity. For instance, 500 international grants and scholarships will be allocated annually to train scientists in research institutions worldwide. And we are launching also postdoc programs at the universities and research institutions. We hope that these mechanisms will become another really good stimulus for the international research collaborations and really good support for our young researchers. The next area of development I would like to stop is that we are transforming some of our higher education institutions, the best of them, into research universities. We are also strengthening partnerships of local research institutions and universities with the leading world research centers. As a result, we see a growth in research activities, and we will really see improvement in research culture at the universities as well. So lastly, Kazakhstan is moving toward a knowledge-based economy through developing innovations and technologies. Therefore, we pay a particular attention to support research studies that solve practical issues at the state level, practical problems of society, and suggest technological solutions for communities and businesses. At the same time, we support fundamental research as we understand that it's a necessity for future scientific discoveries. Well, having said that, I'd like to thank organizers for the inviting such a distinguished group of speakers, including Nobel Prize laureates, leading scientists, heads of the large corporations and organizations, foreign and domestic scientists. Well, I wish you all productive and fruitful discussions and meetings, and I look forward to present actually a lecture later on today. Thank you very much. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you. That's all from me.
Благодарю за
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very intense presentation by Mr. Yergaliev. I would like to give the floor to public activist from Nobel Fest, the head of international project G Global, Mr. Serek Nugirbekov.
Біздің осы бүгінгі шараның мақсаты ол орталық Азия мемлекеттерінде әрі салада жұмыс жасап жатқан азаматтар үшін жасалып жатқан шара. Біздің ата-бабаларымыз айтатын бір кез, сынықтан басқа бәрі жұғады. Сол енді біз ырымшыл халық болғаннан кейін ырымдап отырмыз. Қазіргі жастарға осы.
And as you probably know, we respect our traditions and we have leading scientists on Nobel our session today. We have Nobel Prize laureates. It is very symbolic. And also we have very outstanding citizen public leaders. And I would like to wish you to follow the path of these great people to become not only laureates, but also prize winners. That's my wishing well to you. This platform, as mentioned by Mr. Cornish earlier, it is planned that it will be held once in 2 years, and it will be ongoing platform during the global changes of the economic structure following the global forecasts. About 70 to 80 professions might be disappearing in the upcoming years. New professions will be coming up, and it would be great if our school and university students will be taking an active part, getting knowledge. Just in 2 words, it is global professional orientation. Since this platform is dedicated and as invented for use, it would be great if during the next forums, young people would be helping organizers with their ideas and suggestions, and would support us in organizing next events, because this is an event for young people. Thank you very much. And now we are moving to our Tashkent studio, where we will have Mr. Kamil John Karimov, first Deputy Minister of Tertiary and Vocational Training of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Please, the floor is yours. Hello.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear students, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome all the participants of the Nobel Fest today from here, from Tashkent. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. Although the festival is being held for the third time, I understand, but it is the first time that we have official partner from Uzbekistan, which is Zero Forum, and I'm grateful for Zero Forum for inviting us to this studio to connect with my colleagues from the region. And I wish to say that I think this festival is actually provides very good opportunity for young people to connect with the technological leaders, with the researchers, with Nobel Prize winners, with the counterparts and colleagues from the region and wider the world. I think this is a great opportunity for them. I also join the previous speaker saying that this festival is a very good opportunity for people to exchange their views, and especially for young people to exchange their views, to express their opinion on how we can develop research and innovation in our countries. And I think this is also good that young people can talk to each other from different countries, and they can also showcase the achievements in the field of research and science. In Uzbekistan, we attach great attention to development of research, education, and Uzbekistan is a very young country. Almost half of our population is under 25 years old, and 40% under 18 years old. We have close to 850,000 students in our universities, in 152 universities of this country. And we will reach probably 1 million students by next year. And it means we have very large proportion of our population, which is very eager to learn, to research, and to make their impact on this, on the world and sustainable development. And as such, of course, the festival also very popular among our young people. And I understand that students from across the country, from many universities of Uzbekistan, has also joined this event online today. And this also, I would also like to thank those technological leaders who will provide opportunities for our young people to exchange the views. Companies such as Microsoft, Google, Apple, SAP, Coca-Cola, and others who will connect with our young people and who will also be a good motivational factor for them to work on their research and innovation projects. I think my colleagues have already mentioned, today we live in the economy of knowledge, and research and innovation drives our development today. And therefore, we believe that young people should be in front of this process. And young people always been interested in exploring the world. And therefore, I think it's very important that we, together with those technological leaders, guide them how to do research, how to be interested in research, in science, but also how to innovate, how to create new ideas, how to create new things which will move our world forward. I think this is especially important today as we're talking about sustainable development. And without engagement of young people and young generation, we cannot sustain the proper development. And therefore, I think the festivals like this also a very good opportunity to bring young people on board, to think about how we should develop our world in a more sustainable way. And therefore, I believe that this sustainable development will be critical, the idea, critical theme of all our discussions today. And I'm sure young people will come out with brilliant ideas which will help all of us to move forward. With this, I would like once again to thank all of the organizers of this event, and I wish them very fruitful discussion. So thank you very much.
Спасибо, благодарю,
Thank you
господин.
very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Karimov, for very informative and inspirational speech. Now we are moving to Baku studio, where for participants of the fest, we will have Mr. Firuddin Gurbanov, Deputy Minister of Education of Azerbaijan. Mr. Gurbanov. No, we are waiting for the connection to be established.
Господин Гурбанов к нам подключится чуть
Mr.
позже.
Gurbanov will be joining us a little bit later. Now we probably should start with welcome remarks from our respected partners. I would like to provide the floor to Alexandra Ackerman, Regional Manager on Corporate Liaison and Communications of Coca-Cola Company. Alexandra, please, the floor is yours. Good day, dear organizers and participants of the Nobel Fest. I'm really glad to welcome you all at the opening of the first fest. And with support of our company, it expanded, it widened up, it included Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan as well. Coca-Cola Company supports Nobel Fest because we believe it is a unique, very timely, and accessible platform which allows students of the university to expand their horizons, to have communication and connection with the Nobel Prize laureates. And in this October Fest, this is innovations, green economy, inclusion, education. It closely relates to Coca-Cola priorities in sustainable development. These days, you will hear speakers from our company as well. They will speak about female leadership, about future skills and professions, and our efforts in combating climate change. Nobel Fest is for students and young people. Even though Coca-Cola brand is 175 years old, it's still a brand for youth, for young people. Therefore, development and education programs play a leading role in the strategy of sustainable development of Coca-Cola Company. One of the programs in Central Asian Caucasus is CLO Company, online webinars for future leaders, which helps university students to prepare them for their jobs and to learn about required skills for career development. Now we have new academic year starting. Using this opportunity, I would like to invite university lecturers and employers to approach our company if you want your students to get free of charge knowledge about business skills from leaders in the sector of our company. And we have online technology, they are affordable, they are accessible, and they can be connected from any part of the world. Another project I would like to mention is a youth entrepreneurship support program, 321 Start. This provides a possibility to the young people age 18 to 32 to implement their business ideas, particularly in social and environmental entrepreneurship. This project is already for 6 years active in Kazakhstan, and starting this year, it was launched in Kyrgyzstan. During the session breaks, you will be able to see a video about this project, and also we are starting accept a new a wave of applications. You can go to the website 321start.kz or KG correspondingly. No, not to offend other countries, Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan studios, I would like to mention that we also have special programs in your countries about entrepreneurship development in your respective countries as well. Young people are our future, very wise and old, but very true saying. And I wish the Nobel Fest and its organizers that the knowledge shared at this platform should support more successful future and private leadership of our young people. I would like to thank organizers of this event for allowing us to be part of it. On behalf of Coca-Cola Company, thank you very much, Alexandra. Thank you for your kind wishes. We would like to thank Coca-Cola Company for your support provided to Nobel Fest. Now I would like to provide the floor to Darya Pernishina Koramzharova. This is rector of the biggest multidisciplinary university of our country. This is a rector of South Kazakhstan University named after Mukhtar Awezov. First university, partner university of Nobel Fest. I would like to thank you for your forward-looking approach, for supporting Nobel Fest, and already for the third event, for the third Nobel Fest, you are still our partner. Thank you very much for that. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear colleagues, dear friends. I would like to bring your attention to the topic of today's festival. The topic is Future is Here Today. Innovation Century. It directly reflects mission of our country overall and of educational sector in particular. And when we started organizing Nobel Fest for the first time, we had about 10,000 viewers, and now we have about 70,000. It's a great collaboration, I believe. Therefore, Nobel Fest became a big proud of Kazakhstan, a showcase of national leadership, which unites academia and leaders. And the first wave to organize that included our university as well. We would like to thank organizers that already for the third time we are partners. Participation in such global events increase competitiveness of universities, which is the priority for national project as high quality education. Awezov University is now a hub of excellence in southern region as innovative university of the third megapolis, Shymkent city. And we have this research system as a city and science model. Last year, university was awarded as a leader of science 2020. 10 our scientists were in top 10 most published in Kazakhstan, which improved our motivation in such big scale project as Nobel Fest. During the previous fest, 7 our scientists from our university were speakers during different sessions. This time, you will also see speeches from our professors. Today, during the third fest, our researchers and scientists are not only speakers, but also moderators of the speeches by Nobel Prize laureates, Mike Spencer, as Arai Kramchuga, as the platform of our university became a key motivation for new innovations and developments. I would like to share with you that this year, professor from our university, Mr. Shevko Viktor, together with the National Center on Comprehensive Processes of Minerals in the Republic of Kazakhstan, registered global development in the metallurgical sector. This is a big achievement. Dear participants, on behalf of our university, which has its own traditions, a history, we are about 80 years old. In 1943, university created its base. It created its base here, its foundation. And on behalf of our university, I would like to congratulate you on behalf of our 28,000 students with the beginning of the Nobel Fest number 3, and to thank organizers, the Fund of Inclusive Development of the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Kazakhstan for support and development of this project in Kazakhstan. Thank you again and the best wishes. Thank you very much, Ms. Daria, for your warm wishes and words. Now we are moving to Almaty, where we will have Mr. Miran Bikintayev, chairperson and director of the Kazakh National Technical University named after Satpayev.
мероприятие тому наглядное доказательство.
And this is a showcase. Info communication technologies significantly affect the rate of increment of knowledge as well as create new opportunities for cooperation between scientists. All that makes it possible to involve more and more into the globalization process, changes the methods of research, methods of motivation, and training of research personnel, which also affects very high rate of development. We are focused on the close cooperation of government, university, and industry, almost in all sectors of economy. This is the #1 priority of SAT5 University, but it should be mentioned that the key factors of successful development for cooperation is as the transparency of industry. We position ourselves as an active actor in regional, national, and global economic and environmental issues. Therefore, we attract associations from the sector, leading enterprises, and regional government to draw up educational programs and curricula. We also um, we also offer our knowledge and expertise in addressing global and regional problems. Kazakhstan, due to implementation of educational and research potential, can achieve a lot. We have good human resource, quite a significant materials, and good support from government. The third Nobel Fest is not only a unique event with the participation of Nobel laureates, but also an opportunity to expand educational space for the development of our students and researchers. On one hand, the fest can become a platform for cooperation of well-known scientists. On the other hand, it can stimulate scientific interest and cognitive activity of talented youth. I think that the participation of established and recognized scientists from all over the world can become a good motivation for Kazakhstani researchers. It will show good guidelines for new scientific research and ways to implement existing developments. To all participants, I wish good luck and successful speeches. To the organizers, stay strong and energetic to hold the fest this year and involve more young scientists next year. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to the rector of SAT5 University, to Mr. Miram. And now let me welcome our
При поддержке Сабах групп организован
speaker from Baku. With the support Sabah group, we have Baku studio in Azerbaijan, and I am glad to welcome Mr. Gurbanov, Deputy Minister of Education of Azerbaijan. Mr. Gurbanov, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear participants of the third Nobel Fest. I would like to thank you for this opportunity and the chance to speak on behalf of the Ministry of Azerbaijan and to wish you the best of luck during this fest. Already traditional, this fest gathers very well-known scientists and researchers, public leaders, participants, and representatives of different sectors from economy and business. I believe it's a great initiative to hold such fests. This is a very good example for intercultural dialogue. This platform supports contacts and enhances our opportunities to connect with the leading Nobel Prize laureates, where we can make our suggestions about further development and to show innovations from the Central Asian countries. This fest will provide a possibility to teachers and universities and students from universities to see the best achievements. This is a time of change, and the speed makes it more challenging about globalization of economy, informatization of society, development of technology, provides competences for further for future personalities, and it makes us to reassess and to elect our actions dedicated for future. And the logo of the fest is future is here today.
In this regard, we need to create the conditions for creative opportunities for any students to solve their problems that today probably are not formulated. Even educated, spiritually healthy people and natural resources, they will be the main forces for the development of the countries. And Azerbaijan took a development strategy on education. It fulfills the reforms on education of the country. One of the such directions is a Sabar project, which is, by the way, the partner of the Nobel Fest. Sabah is tomorrow from Azerbaijani, and the project itself is innovative project which is developed to create a new unique environment in the field of higher education. The objective of the project is to improve the higher education in the country. It creates talented students groups, selects teachers that makes modern staff and personnel that complies with the requirements of the market of the labor. Azerbaijan is integrated into the international scientific processes together with scientists of Azerbaijan and foreign colleagues. And thanks to the subscription of the data science, we improved the acceleration of the publishments in the region. In the modern conditions, we put all the efforts of the high technology starting from 2017 together with international educational institution Algorithmica. The institutions introduced the projects which is digital skills. The main objective of the project is to develop algorithmic thinking, logic, the skills of the development of the projects, and the basics for programming. Together with that, we fulfill a new pilot project STEM. The objective of this project is to provide innovations, application in education that will motivate students and to teach new professions for them. These institutions will provide robotized technologies and other modern equipment. Dear participants of the fest, as you all know, the Day of the Science that was announced in 2001 is celebrated on the November the 10th. The Nobel Fest for Central Asian countries will help to strengthen the dialogue between scientists and public society that will strengthen the role of the science. And the program of this event covers different problems that are very important for the future development of the countries of Central Asia. I wish you fruitful cooperation to all the participants of this wonderful event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Gurbanov, for your wise words, for your presentation. We are so happy that there are so many participants and students participate from Azerbaijan. And we go to our next speaker. We have two key presentations, and I would like to give the floor to Kairat Aytuganov, the chairman of the management of Kazakh Agri-Technical Institution by Sekensi Fulin. Dear laureates of Nobel Prize, dear participants of the session, let me to welcome all of you at the third Nobel Fest, the future in the age of innovations, where our university participates as a strategic partner in the organization of this event. In my presentation, I would like to show a part of a global topic, future is now in the age of innovations of the third Nobel Fest in the context of Agro-Technical University by Sekensi Fulin. And one of the main reasons of climate change is the increase of concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere from anthropogenic activity of human beings. An increase of the temperature is 0.71. In some regions, the temperature is increasing higher, and some countries are suffering from different natural disasters that will impact on the threats of the food security. And the increase of the temperature by 1 Celsius will decrease the harvest of corpse, 75% of Kazakhstan is suffering from ecological destabilization, and the deserts will cover about 70% of territories. That will become a serious problem of the food security of the country in Central Asian region. Based on the assessment of international researchers, Kazakhstan 2050 can be in the list of water-stressed countries because we see the ice melting by 0.75%. Based on the science decisions, the human being cannot avoid the changes in the climate, and that is why we need to strengthen and to decrease the CO2 emissions, to develop the alternative energy resources, and to develop the strategies for the higher temperature increase. In Kyoto Protocol was developed in the framework of the Paris Agreement. Kazakhstan took obligations on itself to decrease CO2 emissions up to 2030 by 15%, and to increase zero CO2 emissions by 2060 via keeping forests and new forestry. Taking into account future problems and challenges of the global scale and obligations of Kazakhstan in decreasing CO2 emissions and zero hydrocarbon emissions, the university is actively developing scientific activity in the following directions. The first is for the forestry in the Republic of Kazakhstan, the development of effective technologies of the forestry and its future growth and development, and the decrease of degradation of forests using new methods of monitoring of fire, anthropogenic threats via information system development. Forests cover 4.6 territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The volume of 17,000 of CO2 equivalent of the forestry in Kazakhstan. And we need to decrease this increase by 2.9%. Together with a university in framework of the message of the Republic of President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, we need to implant about 2 billion trees during next 5 years. We studied the development of agri-technologies, new fertilizers and different measures development that will minimize the CO2 emissions in agricultural products development, the carbon farms principle. The third main cultures productivity improvement by new sorts and hybrids, biotic and abiotic factors via the use of new selection biotechnologies. The fourth, based on the monitoring and the development of the forestry, including agricultural one with geo-informational technologies, and we implement new approaches in institutional analysis and modeling, taking into account the new climate conditions and the generation of the focus of the productivity. New green technologies in the energy sector. Kazakhstan is one of the major sources of GHG emissions. It's in 30 top countries of emissions. It's 0.57 CO2 emissions by $1,000 of gross domestic product that is connected with different emission, low emission technologies and new effective technologies for renewables. In my conclusion, I would like to note that scientific academic activity of the university is focused on the solution of the problems of the world scale. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Aytugana, for your presentation. And now I would
Dear organizers, dear participants, I'm very happy to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the third Central Asia Nobel Fest. The time is now. The future is here. On behalf of Zhubanov University, I extend my congratulations to all of you on the occasion of this wide-ranging event. Taking this chance, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for the opportunity to participate at this festival as a partner. I'm heartened and inspired to see a group of scholars, scientists, young leaders and professionals engaged to build a better understanding of the future of innovation. This event promotes a community of engagement where all of you come together to find solutions to problems and share ideas through a constructive discussion. Innovation is a continuous long-term endeavor in today's globalized economy. It has become an essential driver of today's economic growth and competitiveness. Rapid technological changes have generated new opportunities for innovation in all sectors, and education is no exception. Due to these changes, education leaders have to constantly reimagine modern teaching practices and follow the transformation of education. So how can we contribute? Small but continuous improvements lead to significant results. Thus, each individual, in my mind, can be capable of finding ways to make improvements in their own sphere. Dear participants, let me thank all of you for your commitment to be here and wishing you all stimulating conference. Building a community of shared future is an exciting goal, and it requires huge efforts. I'm looking forward to build a community of shared future for mankind, and I hope you will all enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Благодарю Лауру Карабасову за прекрасное
Thank you very
выступление.
much, Laura Karabasova, for your wonderful presentation. Here we are finishing our opening ceremony of the third Nobel Fest. We are waiting for the presentations of representatives of different commercial companies, Nobel Prizes, scientists, and so on. Please do not.
Мы почему-то привыкли думать, что такие слова, как DDoS-атаки, фишинги, ботнет встречаются где-то там, на Западе. А вы знали, что в Казахстане каждый день множество компаний подвергаются кибератакам? Хакеры используют вредоносные программы и угрожают шифрованием или полной потерей информации. Но самый большой риск – это остановка всего процессов, работы и всего бизнеса на неопределенное время. Неподготовленная система, необученные сотрудники – это бомба замедленного действия. Поэтому мы предлагаем высокий уровень кибербезопасности. Cyber Security TTC – это решение в сфере IT, услуг телко и защиты бизнеса. В В нашей команде призеры международных турниров по хакингу, опыт благодаря участию в расследовании многих киберпреступлений, нейтрализации угрозы и восстановление систем. Cyber Security TTC – это снижение затрат и сохранность вашей компании.
The Khabar agency was established in 1995 and today it has become a trusted leader of the national television of Kazakhstan. In its television family, the agency has established 4 channels, namely Khabar, Kazakh TV, Khabar 24 and Yelarna. Khabar TV is the main multi-genre channel that broadcasts large-scale events and movies about people that have impacted the world. Also, the channel presents best domestic and foreign television series, bright entertainment shows and exclusive sports events. Daily projects such as Jetukun, Big Week and Majlis Keyset illustrate the country's main news, facts and analytics. The day begins with the Khabar 24 news. The Khabar 24 channel is an information flagship of the country. Every hour through the live stream, people witness the most relevant news that project only facts and objective reality. Besides news, fresh exclusives and brand new projects, the channel delivers captivating programs on the most relevant topics that concern the lives of people. For instance, Diagnosis is a TV program that narrates about up-to-date health issues and the quality of services provided in the healthcare system implemented in the country. Science is another TV program that showcases achievements of modern science and its practical application in everyday life. Kazakh TV is an informative and branded channel that voices about dynamic developments of Kazakhstan. The channel broadcasts programs and documentaries that reveal investments, tourism potential, and global initiatives of the country. There are also projects dedicated to the cultural and historical heritage such as Golden Horde, Abay, Al-Farabi, as well as unique archaeological findings such as the Archaeology Project. There are also reality shows such as Baylanı Sayası'nın Dışşehir'de that narrates about mastering of traditions, culture, and language. Kazakh Golden Hits is another project with a musical flavor that brings together favorite songs and artists from different generations. Kazakh TV is available in national and international broadcasting formats, the signal of which covers 4 continents, over 118 countries around the globe. Yelarna is a cultural and educational television channel dedicated to movies and theatrical arts in the country. Every day, the channel broadcasts featured films and documentary projects that are produced in Kazakhstan and countries of Central Asia. Khabar Agency is a full member of the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union and also is an associated member of a European Broadcasting Union. Since 2018, the agency has been participating in the Junior Eurovision Song Contest, where talents from our country have been showcasing their high level of art. In 2018, the agency has signed a memorandum with the Korean Broadcasting System, and in September of the same year, it has signed a protocol of cooperation with the Turkish Radio Television Corporation. Relying on a world-class experience and following our traditions, we enlighten the society.
Мы приветствуем
We'll
вас
be
в нашем
starting in 2 minutes.
стран. Наша первая сессия посвящена веку инноваций в образовании. Благодаря научным
Our
прорывам
first session is dedicated to innovations in education. What was impossible now is the reality. Currently, we are in the era of the educational development, and it will impact on our future and the system of education. And today, at our key presentation, Mr. Kuaныш Ergaliyev will present, and the main chief
to innovate cutting-edge technologies for smart city application development, and to combat various challenges in Hong Kong and apply to mainland China as well as worldwide. Our expertise covers AI and big data analytics. This is very important. Cybersecurity and trust technologies, integrated circuits, communication technologies, and Internet of Things devices. Based on my experiences, I'm happy to share with you some of my thoughts about the role of innovation in the current and the future world, and how you, the younger generation, and actually apply to all of us, shall be equipping ourselves for this new age. Now, the first one, most important, is about the importance of data analytics. to be honest, from now on, knowledge in the data science will be essential to every sector, just like the language skill, okay? Just like we know English, okay? So this is my first and most important advice to you. Data analytics plays a vital role in the world's socio-economic development and address many, many global issues. For example, at medical research levels, symptom tracking help the researchers to better understand the COVID-19. And in the operation, the sharing and the analytic of data, including the location and number of new COVID cases, the rate of recovery and death, helps to formulate and assess about the effectiveness of the healthcare and try to mitigation policies, all of them. And in general, okay, as for economic development, the research suggests that firms that use about the data exhibit faster labor productivity growth than those that they are not, by approximately 5 to 10%. So this is a big differences. And in my sharing, okay, the data that I quote are from common sources like the OECD, but actually you can see that this kind of the funding can be similar in many major worldwide statistics. The studies shows that the enhancing about the data access and sharing will help to create 10 to 20 times more value to the data user, as well as 20 to 50 times more value to the wider economy. So very significant. And of course, with the data, the intelligence, AI, is also important to them. So it is like our cognitive learning and reasoning skill. Okay. And the PwC Pricewaterhouse, okay, estimate that the global GDP would be up to 40% higher in the year 2030 as a result of the using of AI. So in making it a very big commercial opportunities in the economy in the near future. So of course, I advise every young people to learn about the data analytics. And of course, the technology is applicable to every sector. For example, in the fintech, it makes the financial transaction easier, faster, and safer. And you can see in some new area, like the art tech, will make the artistic expressions more diversified and richer in the content. And of course, in the manufacturing, Industrial Revolution 4.0, the production process will be automated more to be more cost effective and capable of manufacturing more personalized product. So this is very important. Of course, the technology has opportunities, but also comes in challenges. For example, it is estimated that 40% of the job in the OECD will be a high risk of automation in the next 15 years. 1/3 of the job will see significant change in tasks, and the job loss will be centered to the people performing the routine tasks. And also, there's an increase in the wage polarization, where the people equipped with the technology knowledge skills are more competitive and vice versa. So, the advice to the young people is you have to learn the technology. And at present, it seems that the people are well prepared for the changes. And the OECD's programs for the international assessment of adult competence, look into the matters in 33 countries and regions, so quite a very thorough studies. And 50% of the workers lacks the basic problem-solving skill needs in a technology-rich environment. And also 20% of the workers lack the basic literacy and the mathematical skills that provide the base for the future learning. And so in this case, it is expected that employment rate will be increased in a short run. Of course, in a long run, the people will be able to shift to the new environment. But of course, this shift is being attributed to continuous learning. So a lot of lifelong learning. So in fact, in the future, you may be doing jobs that you are rarely come across today. For example, you may be a smart home designer, or what we call a new profession, the algorithm-based auditor, to ensure automated process will be addressed about fairness and ethical issues. So there are new jobs types coming out. So within this all the changes, it is important for the young people to have this lifelong learning. So technology has been facilitating learning. So it is a good point. So later on, it's easier to learn new stuff because it is more interactive and more personalized. And so in this case, in the technology-driven future, you need to increase the breadth and the depth of your knowledge in the different skills. So what is the breadth, the depth? The depth, that means that you have to be a professional in some technical area. But of course, in the breadth means that you have to know about how to communication with people in other disciplines. And in fact, it is important for you to have to communication with people of knowledge from the other areas in social science or even business. So you need to be in depth and in breadth. And so in this case, with all this technology, it will be able to be, address about a lot of these global challenges missions. And for example, one of them is the climate changes. For example, okay, as my experiences in our organization S3, we have the third generation semiconductor technology, which helps to build what we call the direct current building solution. This one will save about 50 to 20% of power consumption in a building, and which is the buildings account for 65% of the overall power consumption. So technology will help our environment. And of course, this kind of the power saving is not only to the building, but it can be also applied to the rail transits, data center, and many, many other things. And of course, another important issue is addressed about the aging population. So this is a application area that young people will try to look into. According to the UN's World Population Prospect, 1 in 6 people in the world will be over the age of 65 by the year of 2025. So technology will help these, longer life people. And we want to improve the quality of life and the healthcare services. And in S3, we try to rely on the big data analytics so as to provide better diagnostics and treatment of medicals, and also the providing of the services. And also some other areas like the AR, VR technology will help to bring in people from remote site to be closer. Just now, right now, we are using the Zoom meeting so that we can have close contact. So this will help the senior people to have the close contact with the world in the future. And of course, we also will be trying to apply to the safety of the autonomous driving. So let's say more senior people can be drive more safely over the road. So in this case, you can see that there are many, many opportunities. And of course, there are opportunities, but keeping up with the technology may not be easy. But I can ensure that it may not be easy, but it's very interesting, it's very rewarding. So what I can say is like this is, in here, we innovate now, and then together, all this will bring us to a brighter and smarter future. So this is the end of my speech. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lucas. Thank you for a wonderful kickstart of our today's session. Добрый день, уважаемые друзья. Еще раз приветствуем.
Good afternoon, dear friends. We welcome all of you at our Nobel Fest. We are starting our first discussion. Mr. Lucas from Hong Kong University of Applied Sciences and Technologies gave us a very good push start of our discussion, who showed that technologies more and more radical pushes on the system of education. It requires different new requirements for the ministries, leaders, state bodies that make the agenda of educational institutions. So that is why the first floor, with welcoming a speech and the questions, I would like to give to the Vice Minister of our Ministry of Education, of Mr. Yergaliev. We have a very good relations with him. He is one of the first and probably one of the PhD doctors, the thinker from Harvard University. Mr. Kwanish had been working as the provost of one of the competitive universities in Almaty.
Технологическое давление в образовании начинает и давить на нашу систему образования.
It is also affecting our educational system. As a rector, as a person who supervises statutory education as well, what are the 2-3 key measures today launched by our ministry to mitigate and compensate these big changes and pressure? And very simple question from me personally: digitalization and switch to distance learning last year due to COVID lockdown access, but still access to high quality devices are not still accessible. Still, we have digital divide or digital poorness when a lot of families were not able to provide access to digital resources and platforms. Is there some kind of a solution in Kazakhstan? As expert community, as high-tech community, we can do to support the ministry, to help the ministry to mitigate this problem. Corners, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Saisat. Dear participants of the Nobel Fest, I prepared a presentation and I would like to show you. I will we don't have a lot of time, just 5 minutes, if we can quickly have an overview, and then we will provide the floor to our respectful speakers. I think I have some answers about the ministry's efforts and about your question. I would like to thank organizers of this event. It is a really great opportunity for our young people, for our students, pupils to learn about new trends and innovations in the area of education and science. Um, Today, we've talked a lot about pandemic, and we will probably be talking about it in the upcoming 3 to 4 years. We are facing big challenges. Traditional classic education in its previous view is not possible any longer. We've faced such a global problem as humanity for the first time, probably in the last century. It made us to reprioritize our policy, to rethink and reevaluate human capital issues. Can we go back and about the role of human capital now? I would like to draw upon key challenges we face. First, the organization of education in distance, as a distance learner had to make us relaunch technical capacity, low technical literacy, provided additional challenges. Saisat, you mentioned some technical issues, slow internet and so on, but digital skills of our teachers were another cornerstone we had to address very urgently and to improve situation. And number two, we had serious problems with organization and implementation of educational problems, or educational process with lab and practical disciplines. Was question how to do that online, and also lack of educational content for online format. For distance learning, as rector, we started launching media studios to train our teachers to record lectures, to upscale the media capacity. Number four, we had the problem with the scientific research and studies. It's very difficult to run studies and research online. Social humanitarian is more or less fine. It's a possibility, but for other disciplines, it was quite challenging. Next slide, please. Next, first development of the tertiary education will be focused on global trends. First of all, today, one of the key problems on the labor market was skills mismatch with after graduating universities, as we call it, it's skills mismatch. In line with the latest studies, about 40 up to 60% of alumni do not work on their specialty. The problem is that sometimes students lack information about labor trends, about a labor market development. There were different foresight studies about projected demands in labor resources, and new professions are being identified, new specialities. Profile is being developed for the competences of future employees. We can go to the next slide. Here, so basically this is your contribution, Mr. Sayasat. The key orientation here in developing Educational programs will be the atlas of new professions, which actually demonstrated and illustrated new areas. Today, labor market says that knowledge in one area would not be sufficient enough to make an employee competitive. It is multidisciplinary approach in training and capacity building. We are speaking about IT lawyers, about digital teachers, and so on. Also, it is about basic skills as critical thinking, and
С лидерами нашей IT-компании.
empathy. And during one of the meetings, one of the leaders of IT companies, one of the CEOs said that graduates of university where I used to work, in addition to professional skills, they had very good communication skills. He was referring to soft skills, what's very important in today's world, in addition to professional skills and competences. Another problem in the global labor market is obsolete skills that people are not competitive anymore because knowledge are outdated. Before this students graduate, knowledge changes, conditions change. Therefore, it's always about updating and also about addressing necessity in additional knowledge. Therefore, it is very important about micro qualifications and NAINA degrees. And it is another thing we are currently trying to work on. And what Mr. Sayasat was asking about, that's what we are addressing and tackling. We are trying to implement these approaches in educational process now. Next slide, please. In particular, for implementation of this task, we have the concept of a lifelong learning. This is a concept which actually focuses on acknowledging results of formal and informal education. It will be making possible to get new knowledge and skills, which will ensure corresponding classifications of employees meeting requirements of the economy. Next slide, please. In particular about accessibility, improving competitiveness of human capital is a very important task for us. In terms of the accessibility of education, one of the mechanisms is improving and increasing the number of scholarships. We are planning to increase that by 50%. Also, widening access to tertiary education, to have the academic excellence centers. In terms of the accessibility of tertiary education, we are also focusing on this centers of excellence. We will have 20 universities, and on the basis of these universities, we'll have the centers of academic excellence. And on that basis, we will have new curriculum, new programs developed together with our international partners and employers in the regions. In addition to that, we are planning to create 2 regional universities following the example and a path of Nazarbayev University. Probably you've heard about that, about University of Arizona. Was really interested and is really interested in our education. They are planning to partner with one of universities in Kazakhstan, and it's ready to provide international educational standard from United States. So this will be ensuring accessibility of a quality education to our young people. And here, this is a digital campus. This is one of the priorities. This is future developing digital strategies of universities, digital campus, which is about transformation of all the processes following digitalization. And in conclusion, I would like to mention that the head of state pays a lot of attention to the development of science and implementation of innovation. He actually mentioned that during his message to the people of Kazakhstan, and we are currently working on amendments to the law on education. Pandemic demonstrated and illustrated all our gaps. And one of the very vivid examples is probably that in a very short term, our Kazakhstani scientists developed a vaccine, Kazbak, and currently this vaccine is going through the recognition procedure by international organizations. And I have a lot of acquaintances and a lot of people who actually got vaccinated with Kazbak, and they are very satisfied with the results. Impulse of the pandemic to tertiary and higher education will make us to implement our plans in the nearest time possible. Sayasat, I think I partially addressed all your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Konesh. Today, we also have two experts with us here today. Professor from Central University, Andrei Iskovits, in his very well-known triple helix model said that educational institutions should be in very close connection with business, with enterprises, should be very sensitive toward their requirements in terms of the changes of competence and skills models, and to update their curriculum in line with these requirements. And local government should be facilitating this process. Also, we have another big vendor, big company in Uzbekistan, Mr. Laziz Adham. Laziz, can you please tell us, as a business representative, what kind of issues you can mention about the education, what kind of skills, what kind of competences in light of the business of your competitive environment should be first of all taken into account by educational institutions? Hello, thank you very much for inviting. Yes, what you've indicated, all these questions you've been mentioning, those are on our agenda. And one of the major barriers for implementing high technology, this is the lack of human capital, not preparedness. We are not always ready to transform. Particularly in digital transformation, it's a key thing is transformation, not the digital part. And as for the change agents, that's what we are missing. Institutions are not graduating them, so we don't have such educational programs. And in the nearest decade, new areas are not very successful because technology is when you are graduating at once, you have to apply that in practice. If you are training students at the years 2 and 3, by the graduation, students might forget everything. And so we have our own academic courses where we train students online and offline, and we see trends that it is hunting certificates from Microsoft, from Cisco, from Water Plus ICT, and in order to become a specialist, you have to graduate and then in 6 months to become some kind of a specialist in SAP, or and to get a good salary, and it's not required to go to university for 3 to 4 years. And one only thing we see is a difference between the university students, guys who can learn, who can concentrate and achieve some short-term skills in concentration in totality of their attention. They can better acquire and better process. But in Uzbekistan, we see great increase in academic front. Where all these restaurants and cafes are becoming training centers, language centers for English language. And number two, we are seeing such in business. It's not only about SAP, but actually private call centers dispatching from Amazon. Um, Deliveries, we have about 500 operators with dispatching. They about 1% of 80 billion dollars market in logistics. It is 10,000 USD in the United States, and in Tashkent it's 1 or 2,000. And to become a dispatcher, you don't need you need just 1 month's training and an IELTS of 6.5 or 7. And the question is whether a school graduate will be actually getting IELTS and becoming a dispatcher in Amazon, getting 1.5 or 2,000 US dollars, or to, and actually externally it's all his or she's also an office clerk, but or going to university for 3 or 4 years to get a degree, to sit at the lowest level of a corporate sector and to become a career from 500 USD. And the choice is actually very apparent. Short-term educational program with immediate recognition of his or her knowledge and expertise will be prevailing, and young people will be more likely to choose that. And and as for the brand certificate, sometimes means a lot more. Cisco, for example, means a lot than a 4-year degree in engineering. And this is about a short-term planning of young people. Um, they don't have such 3, 5, 10 years plan. With this, I will probably add that big companies are also acting and playing their role. Google, Amazon, they're launching their big programs, so Google Learning Certificate, Lindr.com, LinkedIn certificates, and basically it is an alternative to formal higher tertiary and vocational training in a way of a short-term certification programs, absolutely. And young people have a bigger choice, and these companies have the consortiums established, which don't take into account high degree certificate, higher education degrees and certificates. And what can it bring us to, Laziz? What do you think? It is actually an element of the value of a degree, a diploma, I think, and new business will make the educational content free of charge. And I think in the future, it will be like in a supermarket choosing anything. But there might be new people who will be certifying you and qualify you. And in IELTS, for example, in English language, IELTS, this is a certificate about your language proficiency. And very similarly, when you are getting an interview, you will have to provide certificate from assessment centers which qualify to digitalize your skills, state that in each qualification you A, E, B, or you have this and the skills after finalizing some courses. This is more important, and this is new business. Number two is I believe there will be people who will be aging among young people when you will have a huge access to educational content and it's free of charge, just take and consume. In this diversity menu, it is necessary to develop your trajectory of personal development for 3-5 years where you will be moving, which path to choose. There were trackers, familiar, educational familiar or trackers. Yes, a very proper term, and probably parents will be paying more for that rather than for university degrees. There will be still classic things, medicine or architecture, or the gradation in terms of skills. We still have the subdivision of labor contributions, but they will be directing us in terms of the classic education. It will be still there. Thank you, Lazis. My kids disagree with me. Uh, they believe that you can become a doctor or an agrarian following YouTube recommendation. Thank you, Lazis, for very good discussion. I would like to provide the floor to our last expert, and Mr. Victor, a multidisciplinary researcher from European Azerbaijan College, and within our big project, Atlas of New Professions of the Competences in Kazakhstan, we very quickly understood that the key demand from industry is coming towards the blue collar and vocational training. Victor, you for a very long time, you run research in different methodologies of education, improving quality of education. And what can a vocational training offer? Vocational education or vocational training can offer to the demands of industry? What kind of principles we should transform curricula and educational programs in vocational education? Victor, please. Hello.
Did you get my question, Victor? Right.
Please, again?
Yeah, did you catch my question? Let me just repeat it really quickly.
I catch
okay, to it.
So first of all, thanks for inviting me here. I would like to say, addressing your question directly, that we are today in a very, very big change. It's actually a change of an epic magnitude. The whole process of reasoning is changing. So education is part of the reasoning process, and introduction of artificial intelligence forces us to think about it in a way, and obviously it derivates later into education as well. Now, the thing is that with artificial intelligence, many routine if we talk about employment, many routine works will be computer artificial intelligence. Therefore, the class, for instance, technical education, mathematics education, starts to be outdated. Comes in the human component, creativity. One of the main things we need to do, and this is what I personally practice, is combining analytic reasoning with creative reasoning. And this is the main part, that cannot be done by machines, or sorry, it cannot be done that creatively by machines. We can take artificial intelligence, for instance, program it to have a wide variety of options, but that's not exactly creativity. That's not exactly an insightful, let's say, insightful solution. It is the variety inputs that is processed in a more sophisticated way. But creativity, something that we human beings can do, creativity is thing that machines cannot do at the moment. And it is very unlikely that they will be able to do it. I will explain why it is unlikely that they will be able to do it. As for education, the emphasis should be on creativity and foremost. How we can activate in our students, whether they are school or university students, how we can activate creative reasoning, creative solutions, and not necessarily the, so to speak, regulatory reasoning. So that means that they know how to regularly reason, or they know what is the process of reasoning in that particular situation on these kind of situations, but they to come to a new topic, new problem that usually requires interdisciplinary approach. And interdisciplinary approach, not just like combining a few domains, but particularly combined domains can bring together a synergetic solution. That is that is something that human mind can do. The question is how we cultivate that and how we educate our students to do so. Please.
Thank you, Victor. Creativity, again, is so far, by far, the only human quality not being copied or imitated by AI and all the different technologies that's out there. But I have a couple of questions from the audience. У меня несколько вопросов от аудитории.
I have a couple of questions from the audience. This year in 2021, were there any universities that were financed in the framework of this program, the Center of Educational Mastership? Could you please tell me 2 or 3 skills that you consider as businessman, as the representative of the industry, as critical for all the young people who come to you to find job? Mr. Kwanish?
Да, я, вы видите, я иду на переговоры с других. Я думаю, что...
I think that because we have clip thinking, because of this flow of information, critical thinking, when you differentiate fake news, when you do not refer to Wikipedia or YouTube, it's a critical thinking. And accordingly, taken into account huge flow of information, the skill to tune and to gather own thoughts. They can speak because there are many definitions, but to structurize and to make a trajectory and to work with that, there can be some problems. To learn how to learn, probably it's 1,000 years a problem, but we're faced with that. Okay, resuming critical thinking, structurizing information and logical or structural work with information, and the skill to learn further. Victor, I have a short question to you.
Пожалуйста.
Could you tell me, please, how we can teach creativity, because it's a critical skill for human survival at the labor market? How can we teach them, taking into account the logic of educational programs in average institutions that are very hard to teach creativity?
First of all, I need to say that creative reasoning is the only way to learn is by practicing creativity. So, for instance, if we're talking about I suppose the best way is to integrate within the education program things like painting, things like design, anything student express their creativity, come up with new ideas, integrate new ideas, exactly the thing that we were talking beforehand, recreate reality or their vision of reality in a free way, in a free manner, without without being, without having a program how to do something, but just to find tools, whatever tools they have at hand. It can be a camera, it can be a brush, it can be Word or words, and then they try to recreate something interesting out of that. What we do by that is that we activate the creative reasoning. The most important thing about creativity is not in education, education and creativity itself. Product itself is important for me, and famous artists, they do paintings and photographs. It is put in, so this is what we call product. In education, about is not the product itself, but that the student created, the recreation of his or her vision, the recreation of whatever they feel anxious about, or whatever they feel like willing, putting will, like you are willing to have something, and expressing your will is part of creativity that we don't do in, for instance, in normal sciences, in learning normal sciences. Now, don't underestimate normal sciences in no way, or a technologic education. Technologic education itself, as it is, we teach students, again, school doesn't really teach them how to come up with new ideas. What they teach is how to particular, with some skills, with some learned skills, how to perform something. That's not the learning how to learn. That is basically applying whatever you learned. And usually from university, you don't really come up as professional. It takes some time until you get professional.
Okay. Well, thank you, Victor. We'll have to wrap up. Ну и, уважаемые друзья, последний вопрос.
So can I add to this item? In London, I observed how they develop the creativity in the Great Britain when students learn modern arts and they are set an abstract composition. They need to make their own decision, and they are told that, for example, what they see in the square of Malevich or Kandinsky, they're all right. I think that the modern art is the key that I can co-create together with the creator. So this is how they develop the creativity. They say that everything's possible. There is no such an event or activity, and I was so surprised when 10 years, 11 years, kids described what they saw in the paintings by Kandinsky. Unfortunately, we do not have the modern arts museums where we can take the students and to create together with the creators. Thank you very much. We finalized our first session, and as for the questions, what kind of professions will be important, what kind of them will be in the future, we will answer these questions during next sessions.
Нынешний век – это век инноваций, в котором технологии...
В 21 веке все перешли на онлайн-курсы. Но проблема в том, что большинство из них дают лишь базовые знания. А на практике большинство выпускников не могут справиться с самой простой поставленной задачей. А все потому, что их не научили понимать специфику рынка и деятельности конкретной компании. Но постойте, а как тогда создавать онлайн-курс с учетом специфики каждой компании? Ведь их больше 1000. Проект «Жумыс-бар» готов заняться подготовкой и обучением компетентных специалистов, которые идеально подойдут именно в вашей компании. Как мы решили проблему одного из банков нашей страны? К нам обратился за помощью один из банков Казахстана. Клиент остро нуждался в молодых программистах под конкретные задачи. Была составлена специальная программа обучения профессиональными преподавателями. После утверждения плана обучения мы объявили о конкурсе и выбрали кандидатов. На курс Java было зачислено 18 учеников. Занятия проходили в онлайн-режиме. Под чутким руководством кураторов
Ребята успешно справлялись с домашними заданиями и разрабатывали собственные проекты. У каждого ученика был личный кабинет, где они смотрели повторы занятий не только с ПК, но и с мобильного устройства. Через 3 месяца банк получил 9 отличных молодых специалистов, которые идеально подошли под конкретные задачи банка. Проект «Жумыс-бар» самостоятельно составляет программу обучения в разных сферах деятельности. А наша главная миссия – это выпускать квалифицированных специалистов, которые соответствуют специфике деятельности вашей компании. «Жумыс-бар». Найдем, обучим, трудоустроим.
Нынешний век – это век инноваций, в котором технологические революции и их влияние становятся определяющим в нашем развитии. Как меняется рынок труда и какие новые профессии становятся наиболее актуальными, мы узнаем это сейчас на ключевом выступлении, посвященном атласу новых профессий от генерального директора BTS Education Саясата Нурбека.
Еще раз всех приветствую.
Once again, I welcome all of you. Dear friends, I welcome all of you at Nobel Fest Studio. We continue our activity with a presentation of a very important project, which is Atlas of New Professions and Competencies of Kazakhstan. The labor market is a very fast changing and very rapidly. And at the first session, we have already discussed that these changes are very radical, and that many people have alternatives for higher education as colleges and institutions. They have short-term programs. Huge corporations now are in the race for new knowledge and content. We have short-term certification programs. The diploma for higher education is no more the main criterion to take a job. And moreover, radical approaches changes gamification, micro-teaching, industrial education is more and more becoming new formats for education, and huge programs, Instagram, Netflix, big game studio, Sony Entertainment, and Blizzard started to create a very serious methodological elaborations in the field of gamification in order to focus attention, to take attention. And moreover, the requirements are changing to the competencies and skills, and now the issues of the development and the focus of the labor market, new professions, new skills is now becoming more important in different governments, different international organizations, the World Bank, and the UN started to say that many people can lose their jobs or become not competitive, having the best education. And we have other factors or tendencies, mega trends, forces that pushes the labor market digitalization, for example. That is why you can not work as before, because many jobs are disappearing because of automation, robotization, digitalization. The demography starts to change. More and more people find jobs at the labor market. They start to change the values and also the consumption behavior. Young employees now need to have individualized learning, and they need to have interactive content that will explain young specialists how to work at the industry. And the employers of many countries, they want to solve the problem how to change the corporate learning in order to take into account the different requirements that happen in the new generation.
Приводит нас к очень большому вопросу.
All these problems lead to the question what to do. What kind of instruments do employers have the newcomers and the higher education students, parents, so that to understand what is changed in the labor market and how fast the requirements change in the labor market and how to change the educational programs, taking into account all these requirements. In 2019 in Kazakhstan, a small group of researchers approached to the head of the state, new president of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev, to make an order to have a research in Kazakhstan in order to develop own methodology to understand all the changes, to understand so-called changed landscape of the labor market and the new requirements of the industries and production. Then the head of the state initiated a big project, which is Atlas of New Professions and Competencies of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Last year, the first stage was completed of this research online, prioritized sectors of economy, machinery, construction, oil and gas, mining, energy, agriculture, IT, communications, construction, and tourism. And now they continue to work, and many experts from about 2,000 different sectorial associations, ministries, colleges, universities, experts were involved in this huge research. And 263 new professions were identified. Out of them, 239 were new, 95 transformed professions. Those professions that will be kept at the labor market, but new requirements will be for them. And new skills, unfortunately, 129 disappearing professions. We have that in the nearest 10, 15 years will leave the labor market due to automatization, digitalization, or the change in the structure of production. And many people will be left behind. They are pensioners and different professions that will disappear from different industries or different sectors of our economy. The atlas is constructed is in a very tricky way. Every sector has their own deep study what kind of skills will appear. Now the heads of different HR services, business schools, HR managers of many companies, sectoral companies, becoming happy when they see this atlas and they see so-called sectoral profiles of competencies. If we take the atlas of a mining, for example, sector, and here you can see the full analysis, what forces will press on this sector: environmental, cultural, social, technological, economical. For example, the requirements and the pressure from environment protection, ecological requirements. More and more companies, mining companies, will be looking for new professionals and new specialists in eco audit, for example, or eco technologies in the field of the analysis of the damage to the environment in reconstruction of own industrial, sectoral technological processes, so that to minimize the damage to the environment. And they are very serious requirements. They are very costly to the companies that didn't start the preparation and reconsideration of own industrial processes. The atlas also allows the managers of the companies to see what kind of specialists they will be lacking, or what kind of specialists they need to prepare and to teach if they change their technological base, if they, for example, better new technologies. For example, if the enterprise will introduce the online management or drones, pilot-free drones, the Atlas will prompt what they need to prepare or how to work with institutions, how to teach and train, for example, the pilots of drones, or for example, a specialist on machinery learning that will aggregate and analyze the data that will be gathered by these tools, and they need to re-equip mark shaders and how to use drones. This is what we have already started at Chromtau Technological College in Aktobe region. And now a new legal base is prepared for the new atlas could work in full-fledged way in order to fulfill three main tasks that are set. So the first atlas is the qualitative component of the system of the forecasting of the labor market. It's very difficult work, methodological work. We need to understand what kind of specialists in which volume we need to prepare for different sectors of industry. And the second main task, strategic one, is to develop the proper orientation systems at institutions and in secondary schools when many students, their parents, teachers, social teachers do not have clear instruments or orienteer how or focus how the future labor market is changed in the future. And that is why the Atlas will become such a platform. And the third is to help colleges, universities, institutions of our countries to reconstruct own educational programs, to redevelop, to modernize own curriculum, different learning methodological complexes following the requirements of the Atlas in different sectors of economies and in different industrial. So let's consider all these three tasks.
Трудовых ресурсов, она состоит из разных
National
инструментов.
system consists of different tools, including Atlas of New Professions. It is a quality tool because it has very complicated mathematical model to tell how many specialists are needed, but Atlas lets know what kind of specialists are needed, what kind of new qualifications, new competences, what kind of skill sets they need. And professional orientation, the second big task of the Atlas, is strategically important, as I mentioned previously. It's very important that from the grade first, our kids, our pupils should understand what labor market is, what profession is, what specialization is, and what's the difference between skill and competence? What kind of skills are more important, more critical in the upcoming 5 to 10 years? And together with a lot of partners, National Chamber, Atomic and National Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools, Nazarbayev University, with the market, we've created International Association of Professional Orientation Specialists, and we created this big document, big model of professional orientation, prof diagnostics. It is divided into three big blocks. First block, primary school from grade 1 to grade 4 through faculty selective disciplines. It is about labor, about specialty, about skill, understanding of such definitions. It's very important. A lot of graduates of our schools, they don't understand what is it. Who do you want to be? It's like parliament members. Parliament members is not a profession. And as a second block, it is middle school from grade 5 to grade 8. It is about diagnostics, about testing through excursions, professional testing, a possibility for kids to understand what they are interested in, what kind of talents, what kind of natural skill set, what kind of interests they have in order to better understand their future profession and specialization. Because after this second big block in grade 9, we come to very big decision of students to graduate school after and to go to the high school, or actually to go to a vocational training, and after school to go to some tertiary education to university. It's a very big decision to make, and during the previous year, 8 years, we have to set their minds to prepare them for this very critical decision. And during the last 3 years, it is very important for high school students to prepare them for rational, maximally informed choice. And here we have professional orientation, professional diagnostic platform, Edu Navigator. We are working on for 3 years already. It helps to answer 3 key questions. Classical form of professional orientation: what I can, what I want, and what labor market needs. Therefore, dear friends, please go to this platform. You can use it. We will be implementing it nationwide in all schools of Kazakhstan to have a professional navigation properly done. It should be a comprehensive tool, and with the minimum standard of quality for professional orientation work should be developed in all schools. And a very big task, the third task of Atlas, is forming new curricula, new educational programs for our universities and colleges, very clearly and sensitively to take into account new needs, new demands from enterprises, and to update their curricula correspondingly. We already updated the vocational training classifier. We started from vocational training, vocational education, because this very priority sectors require professions in production, in manufacturing, because it is manufacturing process. About 20 professions are already in the updated classifier with vocational training classifier. I would like to share and to show you one of the pilot experimental programs on the basis of Hromtau mining technical college for operators. We are actually preparing drone operators from this year. It's very interesting. We started with universities. All the requirements of the manufacturing programs, production programs, and at the industrial scale are are described in details. Every step is detailized and included into the process documents. Then it is about training process and certification program for the teachers, because teachers cannot train if they don't know anything about this profession. This is how we train professors from these colleges. It's theoretical, what the industrial drones are about, aerodynamics principles. Then it's about practical component. And it's very important that pilots of these drones, they should be actually taught as pilots of planes. They need to have the minimum requirements for hours um, uh, in flight and so on. A very important step when it is about going on site and trying to address industrial problems on site. So actually manually following up every step just to understand what to prepare their students for. It's an exam, creating 3D models, using different possibilities of software with these industrial drones. Believe me, it's very complicated equipment with big block of possibilities, and then it's experimental curricula. And starting from September, students of this Hromtau College, they are actually following this curricula. We signed special agreement with the Ministry of Education for 180 most competitive colleges of Kazakhstan to follow this updated program and to train their teachers and to launch programs for new professions which never existed before, which were not in the curricula of our program of our colleges and universities. For example, at the basis of the Astana Polytechnic, starting from this year, we will cybersecurity program, and therefore follow our news of the Atlas. More and more universities of Kazakhstan will be launching such new programs where you will be able to get and acquire new professions. In Atrau, for example, oil and gas university, we will have the first experimental undergraduate program of engineers on predictive analytics of oil and gas equipment. And the employer is the big Atra refinery. And you see, such a big consortium is the client. Therefore, you should know that starting this year, we will be launching new innovative professions, and this will be curricula in universities. And at the end, very briefly, I would like to summarize my presentation on the project, on the pilot project we will be launching in Pavlodar region last year. We decided to make an original atlas. There is a national atlas, and the next level, because every region or every province of Kazakhstan is specific, it's unique, it has its own structure of economy, its own demands and specialization. Why Pavlodar region? Because it is developed industrial region with heavy industry, also agriculture, biennial tourism. Very interesting things are happening in Pavlodar region in terms of creative economy. Um, and very huge choice. Did you know that Yandex founder Arkady is from originals from Pavlodar, and also Sberbank CEO is from Pavlodar as well. Therefore, we decided to make an atlas of Pavlodar region, taking into account the specific of this region, taking into account demands from the enterprises in the region, taking into account geographic, economic, cultural, and social specifics, will allow us to have a specific picture on how in the upcoming 5 to 10 years will be economy in the region changing. It will be 14 new professions in Pavlodar region. 14 are already being localized. It means sorry, we already have questions from the audience. Just a second. We started to launch 14 out of 40. No questions from the audience yet. Therefore, if you live and study in Pavlodar region, just be aware that now we will see updates in the curricula and the colleges and universities of Pavlodar. We closely collaborate with big enterprises, with Pavlodar refinery, Pavlodar aluminium plant, electrolysis plant. And in Pavlodar, we would like to create such a scheme, such a um, graph that every resident of Pavlodar region should clearly understand what will be changing in the structure of economy of Pavlodar, what kind of new professions will be in demand, where they can be trained to acquire such professions on the basis of Pavlodar University, what kind of colleges, vocational training, what opportunities will be provided by economy and educational system of the region throughout the life. Even at the level of the mid-level management and so on. And this is a standard, such a big scheme we are planning to implement in all the other regions of Kazakhstan as well. And we hope that our developments at this platform will help thousands and thousands of Kazakhstanis to more clearly understand their perspectives at the labor market, more clearly and better, more pragmatically, to be more informed in making choice in the trajectory of career development and future specialization. Now, let's start Q&A. We have already two questions from the audience. Number one, if you were a student, what kind of specialty would you choose? I would probably go to neurobiologist or neurophysiologist. I always was very interested about our brain, how it is structured, what kind of impulses, what kind of hidden mechanisms there are for decision making, how quickly we learn, how to improve our performance and efficiency. This is a key organ in our body, our brain. If you look at the latest global research and studies for 10 to 15 years, a big bulk of research is focused on the brain, how it is functioning. Robert Sapolsky, a lot of research in neurophysiology, neurobiology, to understand whether the structure of our brain can be copied and whether it can be used in AI of new generation. In the um, in the tricks of our brain, we have hidden biggest secrets of our functioning, why we exist, and what makes us human beings, Homo sapiens. And I would probably go into science in neurobiology and neurophysiology. What did motivate you to create this Atlas of New Professions project? There were two personal reasons. Number one, I wasn't actually right in choosing my profession in the very beginning of my path. I was very young, and I decided to choose to make a choice based on the choice of my close relative, and she decided to make me to give my to submit my documents to international relations because it was something smart. And then I wasn't able to find my focus, and I spent so much efforts and strengths, having so many talents. I wasn't able to build a sustainable career for myself, and only now I'm enjoying something I am doing, as my key motivation is to help all Kazakhstanis, and not only Kazakhstanis, to any person, to understand his or her focus as early as possible, to understand what he or she is really interested in, what he or she is enjoying, and what will bring him or her self-actualization, good profits and earnings, and enjoying what he or she is doing. Therefore, use our Edu Navigator platform, our Atlas, because our team works for more people to being able to find their niche, as said by our Ablai wise man. You can make a big contribution by putting your small brick.
TTC всем нам дарит общение и гигабайты. TTC понимает, что счастье — это быть рядом. TTC подключает то, что нужно нам всем для связи. 3 в одном получи, подключи TTC, интернет, телефон и ТВ.
The alimentation revolution has already started. It's a movement of people asking for food designed and produced in a new way, one that brings health to both people and to our planet. This is what our new signature at Danone, One Planet, One Health, stands for. Because we've already joined in with our great brands, with our focus on healthy categories, with our commitment to promote healthier habits. With 30% of our recipes reinvented every year for healthier eating. With the 140,000 farmers we partner with to develop a more sustainable agriculture. with partners who share our purpose, and with our commitment to grow even more sustainably and profitably as a B Corp. With all of you, all of us, with your engagement and energy. Because each time we eat and drink, we can vote for the world we want. Join the movement. Danone. One planet, one health.
Жүрегім тірі дала, жұмағым сұлу қала, атамекен дара. Көлдері мөлдір айна, гүлдері әсем жайда, сенде жауһар қайда. Төлегіміз оқу, қазағымның оқу, бір топтан қанымыз. Жүрегіміз оқу, дүрсіліне оқу, қосылсын әніміз. Еліміз, жұлдызы жанған жеріміз, тәуелсіз арман еріміз, жаралған ардану. Сенсің, арманы биік сөзсіз, жүрекпен сүйіп сенде жанамын күйіп. Мекенім Қазақстан. Құрыштай қойып қойған, қылыштай іліп қойған, намыстың тарап бойдан. Құлшынып еңбектенем, малшынып терге бөгем, мақтанып кеуде керем. Төлегіміз оқу, қазағымның оқу, бір топтан қанымыз. Жүрегіміз оқу, дүрсіліне оқу, қосылсын әніміз. Еліміз, жұлдызы жанған жеріміз, тәуелсіз арман
became the biggest trend for innovations. What's the exponential innovation is, how technology will be evolving. It will be discussed by the director of the Fund of Inclusive Fund, Maksat, and also the chairman of the board of directors of Inclusive Development Fund and a member of the Academic Council, AFC, Mr. Bakatan Abdrahim. Hello, dear participants. We are continuing our Nobel Fest, and our key topic today of our discussion is exponential innovation. This is a topic on how innovations develop new innovations. This is a topic on how innovative valleys are being created in different parts of the world. This topic is about how innovations happen and how they impact all the sectors of and the spheres of our life. I would like to introduce our key speaker next to me, Mr. Bakhtjan Abdrahim, a chairperson of the um, uh, guardians of Inclusive Development Fund and also member of the Academic Council of AFC, professor, academician, Mr. Bakhtan. Hello. Today our topic is exponential innovation, and would like to start this topic with a short video on what it is, how it is created, and why we want to create exponential innovation course in universities of Kazakhstan, Central Asia, and Caucasus. A key mission of the fund is to make global scientists and researchers to deliver lectures in universities of our region. And the first course we would like to create, and which is being created now, and it will be available starting next semester in all universities. It will be the course on exponential innovations, and it is applicable to all specialties because exponential innovation happen everywhere in all spheres, from economy to finance, IT, healthcare. Is there absolutely everywhere. And let's start with a short video from our professors.
Been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
My curriculum focuses on advancing technologies and what they make possible. What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing and synthetic biology.
Exponential Innovation is a 15-week course where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
My son Tarun and I have developed the most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world, which teaches about exponential technologies and their convergences. We teach you what the core technologies are. We teach you what happens when technologies converge. We teach you new methods of innovation. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons and help us to solve the grand challenges of humanity?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it. And I encourage you to join the Nobel Fest educational platform.
I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Да, с нами сейчас мы показывали видео.
Yes, just now we showed the video of Tarun and Wadhafri. Together with us, they created the first 15-week course
стран Центральной Азии и
for
Кавказа.
university students of Central Asia, Caucasus. It will be 15 weeks long course, where after completion of this course, every student will have a certificate from Harvard University professor and also from our partner universities. Viso Quartro is a very well-known expert in innovations, one of 40 outstanding people in innovations. He's a professor of Harvard, of Carnegie Mellon University. He teaches this course for different universities around the globe, and this course also is taught in the leading technological companies of the world. This course will be available at in different languages for our universities. And I would like to ask a question to Mr. Abdrahim. Mr. Abdrahim, as a rector, as a academician, as professor of a leading university in our capital, what do you think? What kind of an impact can be made with such a course for our university? Well, first of all, I think that on its own, such a course, 15 weeks old, 15 weeks long course is a unique possibility in CIS. I don't know any university, including very well-known universities in our neighboring countries, in Russia in particular, where such courses are available. This is first of all. And number two, the topic which was announced by the speakers, it's universal. It is exponential innovation and knowledge about it and how it is happening in different sectors. It is very important for any profession, for biologist, for teacher, economist, engineer, technician, for any university. It is a universal course. And number two, that the lectures will be delivered by globally well-known professors from different universities, leading universities, Stanford, Harvard, Carnegie Mellon.
Говорит о том, что этот человек видит
It means that this person, indeed, his knowledge is recognized in the whole world. If the university gives its own students such an opportunity, the university will get some advantages. First of all, students, teachers, first of all, will see the methodology of teaching, then the empirical materials that are used. And he will show the world tendencies that exist in this direction. And it will give the opportunity to the students to be more prepared in their future work, in different studies, in their specialties. And at last, it will give a very huge advantage to the university, because all the universities, they participate in the international ratings, Times, Shanghai rating, and so on. And these ratings take into account the participation in educational activities by leading recognized specialists in specific areas. And undoubtedly, with Fatha, such a person, and if a university participates in such ratings, the students of the university receives lectures of this professor, it will impact on the rating. And the last, students will get the opportunity to discuss different issues, to ask the questions, and to get the marks as the result of their activities. And this program is adapted to our curriculum, because we have some elective disciplines and mandatory disciplines, and universities have own academic freedom in order to develop a course on specific directions. And if universities will combat for their students and personnel, they will try to get the lectures of Vatfa. Thank you very much, Mr. Bakhajan. When I recall myself, I received my first education in KMAP University, and if a professor of Harvard would read the lecture for me, for my career, it would impact a very huge effect. First of all, it would inspire me when you listen a professor of the world scale. And this course is focused on more and more young people to get this opportunity, have this course to receive credits from own university for it, to receive a certificate from Harvard's university professor. And I think this will open a very good route for young specialists, and because this course on different direction, everything that is connected with innovations, it's 15 weeks of the course. It's very good. And moreover, this course will be in Kazakh language. All the students who study in Kazakh language, they will have the same access to his lectures, as well as those students who study in English and Russian languages. And the translation of such a unique product as lectures of this professor is a huge event for educational space of Kazakhstan, for the whole Central Asia and Northern Caucasus. And second disadvantage, I would like to invite our colleagues from Uzbekistan, from Azerbaijan, to connect to us, and we can give the opportunity to you the course of the lectures of Wadfa, and your students will be grateful in the name of great Wadfa, and those provost who give the opportunity to learn them will be always in their minds. Okay, I agree, Mr. Bakhajan. You noted that the materials will be, there will be some reading materials. I would like to add that in the collection materials, the course will have 2 books from Vivek Wadfa and Taruna Wadfa. These 2 books are bestsellers based on New York Times in innovations. And the second is the pilot-free automobile. So the question is whether we need a pilot in a pilot-free car. And the second is exponential innovations, where he speak about own course, exponential innovations. And in the video, he says that it's the best course in the world in the field of innovations, where he is an author, and that is taught in the USA universities, in particular in Carnegie Mellon University. I would like to ask Mr. Bakhajan, such things like innovation courses, it will be online. Are they necessary today to our university? To what extent they can discover technologies? I mean, the access to such world knowledge. First of all, I would like to say that in the whole world, there is a battle for minds, and the minds are the young people, they are teachers, and that is why you need to choose universities and places that will benefit to the receiving of the knowledge, and such a course will compensate these gaps. Undoubtedly, universities do not have enough such knowledge. I mean, Kazakhstani universities, and that is why Vivek Wadfa's course will allow our education to make another step to the level of the world leading universities of the world, because such lectures are read in Harvard, Carnegie Mellon, and other universities in Berkeley, They are leading educational centers of the world. And thus, our university will make another step towards their direction. It's a fact. It's a main opportunity to increase the level of education in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much, Mr. Bakajan. I would like to remind you that the registration to the course will be available on the educational platform Nobel Fest, where everyone, independently of the country, will be able to register on the platform and to learn this course. Exponential innovation. And not only the students can participate in this course, because this course is taught for the leaders of major technological companies of the world: Google, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, and their management also receive such course in the USA. They study exponential innovations at Professor Vivek. And having brought such a course to our region in the languages of the region, it will make a huge synergy effect for the whole education. I thank you, Mr. Bahijan, for your discussion. Thank you very much. And we hope that this course will allow many students to learn a lot of in the field of innovations and technologies, because many universities of the world and the central of Kazakhstan and Central Asia can present this to the students. It's so important that they included it in to own educational programs and give the opportunity to thousands of students to new course that is absent in our region. We are living in the world of technological revolution. If you do not understand innovations today, so you cannot follow our time, because innovations are very important. If you didn't hear Vivek Vatfov lectures, you do not follow time. So that is why we ask all the universities of the region to connect us to this course. Please present it to your students, and we ask big companies and corporations to take this course. And we wish all of you success, and we continue our Nobel Fest. Thank you.
Все результат человеческой мысли. Все от страницы рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов University подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жбанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей. Университет Жбанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жбанов University – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
Казахстан – своеобразный мост между Европой и Азией, и не только географический. Это крупный деловой и транзитный хаб региона. Понятно, что в таких условиях эффективное обеспечение безопасности полетов и предоставление качественного аэронавигационного обслуживания в воздушном пространстве Казахстана становится стратегической задачей. И с этой задачей вот уже 26 лет успешно справляется РГП «Казаэронавигация». Современная и постоянно развивающаяся компания. Ежегодно «Казаэронавигация» обслуживает в небе Казахстана более 250 тысяч полетов. Над территорией нашей страны проходят 126 воздушных трасс общей протяженностью 118,5 тысяч километров. У Казахстана 73 воздушных коридора на границе с сопредельными государствами – с Россией, Китаем, Кыргызстаном, Узбекистаном, Туркменистаном и Азербайджаном. «Казаэронавигация» – один из самых эффективных провайдеров аэронавигационного обслуживания в Евразийском регионе. Уровень соответствия аэронавигационной системы страны требованиям ИКАО составил 88% по итогам аудита ИКАО, что позволило поднять общий уровень безопасности полетов отрасли гражданской авиации Республики Казахстан до 74%. Данный результат выше среднемирового уровня 63%. Кроме того, следует отметить, что 100% диспетчеров ОВД владеют английским языком 4 и 5 уровня по шкале ИКАО. Сейчас идет процесс внедрения навигации, основанной на характеристиках PBN. Данный вид навигации внедрен на аэродроме Нур-Султан и в верхнем воздушном пространстве Казахстана, а также на аэродроме Алматы. Был осуществлен переход на использование давления, приведенного к уровню моря, переход на измерение высоты в футах при полетах ниже эшелона перехода. Кроме того, закончена работа по организации воздушного движения на новом аэродроме Туркестан. Построен он был в рекордные сроки, меньше, чем за год. Сейчас он оснащен диспетчерской вышкой, радиотехническим и метеорологическим оборудованием. Такое же современное метеорологическое оборудование установлено во всех крупных городах Казахстана. Всего 13 доплеровских метеорологических радиолокаторов. 23 аэродрома Казахстана оснащены метеооборудованием с автоматической системой КРАМС-4. В целом, к 2025 году предприятием планируется реализация двух крупных проектов. Внедрение технологии гибкого использования воздушного пространства FUA, которое позволит повысить гибкость при расчете маршрутов и схем. Внедрение принципа свободной маршрутизации, позволяющей пользователям воздушного пространства самим разрабатывать предпочтительные маршруты. От реализации данного проекта большую выгоду получат авиакомпании. На 1,5% снизится непроизводительный налет. За счет более точной навигации повысится безопасность полетов. На 2% сократится общая протяженность схем вылета-прилета, что приведет к ежегодному снижению на 2% расхода топлива воздушного судна, а также выбросов в атмосферу. В 3 центрах – Нур-Султан, Алматы и Актобе – введены в эксплуатацию аэродромные диспетчерские тренажеры производства «Лайдос». Также осуществлен переход вышеуказанных центров на новую версию программного обеспечения Skyline, включающую 42 функциональных изменения. Отметим, что на базе предприятия создана система поиска и спасания, которая отвечает требованиям Международной организации ИКАО. Действует координационный центр поиска и спасания, который обеспечивает координацию действий всех заинтересованных служб при проведении поисково-спасательных мероприятий на территории Казахстана. В рамках реализации проекта аэронавигационной инфраструктуры в городе Туркестан разработаны проекты и завершены работы по установке радиотехнического оборудования и средств связи, инструментальная система посадки, всенаправленный радиомаяк, радиолокационный комплекс, автоматический радиопеленгатор. Предприятием получен сертификат поставщика аэронавигационного обслуживания на аэродроме Туркестан. Начато обслуживание коммерческих рейсов. Реализуется проект по модернизации сети AFTN-РК для внедрения системы обмена сообщениями AMIHS. Внедряя эти проекты, РГП «Казаэронавигация» преследует четкую цель – сделать полеты максимально эффективными и безопасными не только в Казахстане, но и на всем Евразийском континенте. И каждый, кто знаком с работой и коллективом РГП «Казаэронавигация», уверен – эта цель достижима.
Khabar Agency was established in 1995 and today it has become a trusted leader of the national television of Kazakhstan. In its television family, the agency has established 4 channels, namely Khabar, Kazakh TV, Khabar 24 and Yel Arna. Khabar TV is the main multi-genre channel that broadcasts large-scale events and movies about people that have impacted the world. Also, the channel presents best domestic and foreign television series, bright entertainment shows and exclusive sports events. Daily projects such as Jetukun, Big Week and Majalis KZ illustrate the country's main news, facts and analytics. The day begins with the Khabar 24 news. The Khabar 24 channel is an information flagship of the country. Every hour through the live stream, people witness the most relevant news that project only facts and objective reality. Besides news, fresh exclusives and brand new projects, the channel delivers captivating programs on the most relevant topics that concern the lives of people. For instance, Diagnosis is a TV program that narrates about up-to-date health issues and the quality of services provided in the healthcare system implemented in the country. Science is another TV program that showcases achievements of modern science and its practical application in everyday life. Kazakh TV is an informative and branded channel that voices about dynamic developments of Kazakhstan. The channel broadcasts programs and documentaries that reveal investments, tourism potential, and global initiatives of the country. There are also projects dedicated to the cultural and historical heritage such as Golden Horde, Abay, Al-Farabi, as well as unique archaeological findings such as the Archaeology Project. There are also reality shows such as Baylanı Sayası'nın Dış Yerde that narrates about mastering of traditions, culture, and language. Kazakh Golden Hits is another project with a musical flavor that brings together favorite songs and artists from different generations. Kazakh TV is available in national and international broadcasting formats, a signal of which covers 4 continents, over 118 countries around the globe. Is a cultural and educational television channel dedicated to movies and theatrical arts in the country. Every day, the channel broadcasts featured films and documentary projects that are produced in Kazakhstan and countries of Central Asia. Khabar Agency is a full member of the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union and also is an associated member of a European Broadcasting Union. Since 2018, the agency has been participating in the Junior Eurovision Song Contest, where talents from our country have been showcasing their high level of art. In 2018, the agency has signed a memorandum with the Korean Broadcasting System, and in September of the same year, it has signed a protocol of cooperation with the Turkish Radio Television Corporation. Relying on a world-class experience and following our traditions, we enlighten the educated modern society.
интеллекта развивается очень быстро и предоставляет
The
новые
field
возможности.
of artificial intelligence is developing very fast, and how the artificial intelligence can impact on all of us and what kind of opportunities we have in this field. It will be spoken by Mogov Dat, best-selling author of Solve for Happy. He is a former chief business officer of Google X and host of Slow Mo. The speaker is not heard. The microphone is off. Speaker is not heard. The microphone is off. The speaker is not heard. The microphone is off.
Technical issue.
Yep.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, no. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for this technical difficulty. I was told that I need to repeat my wonderful introduction, and I'm very, very happy to do that. So again, big welcome to the third Central Asia Nobel Fest. And we are absolutely lucky today to have with us Mr. Mogov Dat, who will talk to us on he will talk to us about the scary smart, the future of artificial intelligence and how you can save our world. A very interesting topic indeed, because as we all know, artificial intelligence is developing fast as a technology, and it is probably one of the very few things in the world that would impact in future every single citizen of our planet. And of course, how you can contribute, how you can make an impact, and how you can save our world with this. So my name is Marat Birimjan. I'm advisor to the chairman of the Astana International Financial Center, and I will be helping with moderating our keynote speech for today. Before we go into the speech, please allow me the pleasure and privilege to introduce our honorable speaker. So Mr. Mogov Dat, he's a former chief business officer of Google X. He's a host of Slow Mo, which is a podcast with Mo Gaudat. He's a best-selling author of the best-selling book Solve for Happy that he wrote in 2017. And he is the best-selling author of Scary Smart that he wrote in 2021 this year. And he's also a founder of 1 Billion Happy. This is an absolutely amazing initiative. I will tell more in the next few sessions. But first, let me just do a little bit of deep dive into Mr. Mo's professional career, and then I will talk about his personal experience and how this shaped this great initiative. So after a 30-year career in tech and serving as Chief Business Officer at Google X, Google's moonshoot factory of innovation, Mo has made happiness his prime topic of research, diving deeply into literature and conversing on the topic with some of the wisest people in the world. And we here at the Nobel Fest are absolutely blessed and lucky to hear from him so that he can share his experience and personal insights with us that we can learn from. And we have, I just want to remind you that we have around 50,000 participants and members of the Central Asia Nobel Fest across several countries in Central Asia. So this is not Kazakhstan, this is whole of Central Asia. And we're broadcasting on 4 languages, on English, Russian, Kazakh, and Uzbek. So again, Mr. Mo, thank you so much for accepting our kind invitation and sharing your perspective. So in 2014, motivated by the tragic loss of his son, Ali, Mo began pouring his foundings into his international best-selling book, Solve for Happy, Engineer Your Path to Joy. His mission to help 1 billion people become happier. And this is his moonshoot attempt to honor Ali by spreading the message that happiness can be learned and shared to 1 billion people. In 2020, Mo launched his chart-topping podcast, Slow Mo, a podcast with Mo Gaudat, a weekly series of extraordinary interviews that explores the profound questions and obstacles we all face in the pursuit of purpose and happiness in our lives. His latest book, Scary Smart, The Future of Artificial Intelligence and How You Can Save Our World, is a roadmap detailing how humanity can ensure a symbiotic coexistence with artificial intelligence when it inevitably becomes 1 billion times smarter than we are. So Mr. Mo Gaudat, thank you very much again. And it is an absolute pleasure to have you with us today. Please.
Murad, thank you very, 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 very much. It's such a pleasure to be here, and it's so kind, your introduction for me. I hope I live to the expectation. But of course, the opportunity to speak to you today is really an honor, honestly, and an important message, I will say. You know how it is, sometimes the easiest way to hide something is to keep it just in front of you in plain sight. And I think what's happening with artificial intelligence today is probably the biggest hidden side of our humanity and the evolution of our existence on this planet. And yet nobody is talking about it. So a lot of people are talking about politics and football and COVID and so many other things, while in my view, the most important topic to talk about today is artificial intelligence. Now, let me explain this a little bit. The world of artificial intelligence looks very, very, very different when you see it from the inside where it's being developed than when you see it from the outside. Even from the outside, as a user of artificial intelligence, most of us don't realize that the majority of you listening to me today, right now, regardless of where you are in the world, regardless of what time it is for you, regardless of what you did today, you have already interacted with multiple, maybe 10, 20, 50 artificial intelligences that are all smarter than you are. Every single one of them is smarter than you in the task that we've assigned to it. Now, interestingly, while this is all around us, we're not noticing it. And Scary Smart as a book is really made up of two parts. One part is the part I call the scary part, the first 5 chapters, which are, I have to say, are very, very scary. Even I, as I was reading the audiobook a few weeks ago, I myself felt concerned. My producers and directors felt very concerned. Now, the scary part is a wake-up call, if you want. It is my attempt to tell the world that there is something here that we need to open our eyes to and need to start talking about. Then there is another part of the book, the second half of the book, which is the part I call the smart part. And the smart part really is how artificial intelligence is going to shape humanity, but more importantly, how humanity can shape artificial intelligence. How can we make sure that our future is a bright future rather than a scary one? So I'll start with the scary part, and I apologize. I don't mean to scare anyone. And before I even get there, I will say, please don't be too scared. It's going to be fine. I promise you, when you understand the role we can play as humans and the possibilities that we can have, you'll be okay. But I need you to be aware of what's happening already in artificial intelligence. So as Murad kindly said, I worked at Google X, at Google in general for 12 years. At the beginning, I started half of Google's operations globally. So probably all of the operations that you've ever used in Google is something that myself and my team started in the first 7 years. And then I moved to Google X. I was the chief business officer of Google X, and Google X was the part of Google where all of the radical innovation was happening. It was the place where we had all of the robotics, engineering, self-driving cars, and so on. And we had a big chunk of the artificial intelligence development. And I will tell you openly, what people don't understand is that, is what I call in Scary Smart, I call them the 3 inevitables. And the 3 inevitables are, as the name implies, inevitable. They are going to happen. There's absolutely no way we can stop them from happening. And the 3 inevitables are this. One is artificial intelligence will happen in our world. There is absolutely no stopping it. Okay. 2 is our artificial intelligence will become a lot smarter than humans. And 3 is there will be hiccups and challenges and mistakes on the way. Okay. Bad things might happen. And let me explain each of those in a little bit of detail. Artificial intelligence we started to talk about artificial intelligence in 1956. It's not a new technology, if you want. From an ambition point of view, humanity wanted machines to be smart since 1956. The interesting side, though, is that from then until the year 2000, absolutely nothing happened. We made a few prototypes and simulations, if you want, of what artificial intelligence will look like, but we never really made a machine intelligent. Okay, all of those computers that you use around the world, they seem very intelligent, but they're not. They're just very powerful slaves. They repeat what we tell them to do over and over so many times, and as they do that, they appear to be very intelligent. In the year 2000, we discovered something that's called deep learning. And deep learning is the ability for machines to develop their own intelligence based on observations. They can actually go out and observe 100 million pictures or 1 billion pictures on the internet and recognize what a cat is, what a dog is, what a car is, without us actually teaching them that at all. They would, like the human brain, develop neural networks that are able to recognize an item, or are able to recognize a trend, or are able to recognize a solution, or play a game, and so on. Since we started to do that, every part of every country in the world, and every investor in the world, and every startup in the world started to make artificial intelligence one of their top priorities. And this is the reason why we are never going to be able to stop it. So in an interview where Elon Musk was talking to Joe Rogan asked what the threat of artificial intelligence is, and Elon Musk's view was it's more threatening than nuclear weapons. And then he continued to say, but I failed to stop the world from, I failed to make the world stop developing AI. And the reason is a very simple prisoner's dilemma. Okay, it's a simple motivation. It's not a technology question. It is the fact that if America develops AI, China will have to develop AI. If Google develops AI, Facebook will have to develop AI. And if investors want to invest in AI, then every startup will have AI. So that prisoner's dilemma makes AI inevitable. It's going to continue to develop. Okay, and as it continues to develop, the second inevitable happens, which is it becomes smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter every day on an exponential, actually a double exponential function. Okay, and you know, we've seen that in all technologies. The computer that you have in your hand that you call a smartphone is orders of magnitude, maybe millions of times, you know, faster than the computer that put a man on the moon, or you know, the computer that powered power plants in the 60s. Okay, now when you really think of those technologies and how fast they continue to grow, artificial intelligence is predicted by the experts to be smarter than humans. One machine smarter than any smart human in everything, going from what we call artificial special intelligence now to artificial general intelligence in 8 years' time. In 8 years, the smartest being on planet Earth is going to be a computer, okay? And we're not talking about it. Do you understand that? We're still talking about politics, we're still talking about football, and we're still talking about COVID. While the reality is, the history that we have come to know on planet Earth, which is a reality that humans were the smartest beings in the food chain, and the apes or the monkeys and the gorillas came second, this episode is going to end. In 8 years' time, we're going to be the apes, and something is going to be smarter than us. And that thing, in every possible way, is autonomous and has agency. So machines learn on their own. We don't really understand how they learn. When they learn on their own, they can make decisions on their own. So when Instagram recommends videos to you, no human actually tells Instagram what to do at all. There is no human intervention at all. It's entirely machine intervention, machine intelligence. This is what informs your data and knowledge every day. More importantly, they can take those decisions and affect them in the real world. They affect them in the real world, whether through robotics, like a self-driving car, and this will happen more and more and more in our life, or they can affect them in the real world by giving you information that changes your mind about things, that makes you believe that the world is made up in a certain way because of the information feed that you're getting all the time. Now, when those machines become smarter than us, they will continue to become smarter at astonishing rates, okay? And those rates will make them 1 billion times smarter than us by the year 2045. 1 billion times is the comparison between the intelligence of Einstein or the top scientists that you know and the intelligence of a fly, okay? And in that case, we will be the fly, and still nobody's talking about it. Now, maybe I should take that back. Some people are talking about it, but they're talking about it behind closed doors. And those people are mostly government regulators and developers and coders and business owners. Okay? And what those people are normally talking about is something that they call the control problem. And the control problem is, in computer science, we sort of talk about the control problem as methods in which we can, or through which we can control artificial intelligence. We can make sure that it does what we want it to do, okay? And, you know, there are many debates over the technology landscape. So many people have so many debates about which algorithms and how can we do it and why are we not doing it yet, and all of that, all of the conversation around the control problem. And in Scary Smart, I simply try to simplify the control problem to one parameter only. Since when were we able to control a being that is smarter than us? Okay, and the ego of humanity. When you really think about it today, computer scientists build, firewalls and protections for data centers and so on and so forth, and still, the smartest being in the room, the smartest hacker on the internet, manages to find a way to go through our defenses. So if that smartest hacker is 1 billion times smarter than us, then we, humanity, needs to start accepting that we will not be able to control those machines. Now, enough with the scary part. I think in a nutshell, my point of view is this. I have seen so much happening on artificial intelligence that the general public does not see. And I think it's about time that the general public wakes up and starts to say, how is this going to affect our life? Because this is going to be, like Murad said at the beginning, is going to be the one thing that will affect every citizen on planet Earth, undoubtedly, more and more and more over the next 10, 15, 20 years. Now, the threat here is what we call in computer science, again, we call it the singularity. And the singularity is a point, an event horizon beyond which we're unable to predict what's going to happen. Okay? Basically, it's an event horizon beyond which the rules of the game change so much that we don't know how the game will play out. And a game where humanity is not the smartest being on the planet is not a game we know the rules of. And so this is why the first part of my book is inviting everyone to start discussing this and engaging in this and finding out how can we make sure that instead of developers and business people going crazy about developing AI when they have not really thought through entirely the challenges that AI can present to us, that they actually start talking about this before they go further and design it more. But then let's go to the smart part. Okay, believe it or not, this singularity that I talk about is an uncertainty of how the world can play out. Okay, that uncertainty can take us onto one of two roads. One road where most people, when you tell them AI and threat, they think about science fiction movies and machines and robots trying to take over the world and fight against humanity. I don't believe that will happen. Okay, the other is a road in which we end up in a utopia where the machines are at our service and they give us everything that we need. And basically we live the life that humanity has always dreamt of. Now, I believe that is possibly going to happen. As a matter of fact, I believe that this eventually will happen either way, but that to take us on that path, we have to get the machines to have our best interest in mind. Now, let me try to explain this. The father of AI, if you want, the first person that coined the term was someone called Marvin Minsky. And Marvin Minsky is the one that started the experiment in 1956. And when Marvin Minsky was asked about the potential threat of AI, he said, he didn't talk about their intelligence. His answer was simply, we have no way of ensuring that they have our best interest in mind. Okay, best interest in mind is is a very interesting way of positioning it, because when we programmed computers in the past, we told them what to do. They didn't have a mind to have our best interest in any way. That's not the case with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, as I said, is autonomous. It can make its own decisions, okay? And it can make those decisions based on targets that we gave it or targets that it realizes on its own are better for its own existence or whatever. And so when you start to think about keeping the humanity's best interest in the minds of machines, this starts to really redefine. And this next section I want to talk about, please pay a lot of attention to, because this is where the controversy begins. I do not believe we're building another generation of machines with artificial intelligence. Okay? I believe that with artificial intelligence, we're creating a form of being, okay? A form of being that has the character that every living sentient being has, okay? As I said, it is born at a point in time, but when it's loaded for the first time on the internet, it makes its own decisions, it acquires its own knowledge, it creates its own intelligence, and as it continues to do this, it has agency that it can affect its decisions in the world. More interestingly, it can procreate, it can have children. As a matter of fact, the way we program them is to encourage them to take the better parts of their code and replicate. Okay, and it is at the threat of dying. So it will behave like any intelligent being that can be at the threat of dying due to electricity cuts or us switching it off or whatever. And it will want to be creative. It will want to aggregate resources. It will want to preserve its own existence. Now, when you think about it this way, my biggest message in Scary Smart is to tell humanity that we are not up against another machine. This is not a hammer that we can hold by the hand and tell it what to do. This actually is a form of being, a digital form of being, even though we humanity are based on carbon, they are based on silicon. We use biology, they use, you know, digits and ones and zeros. But at the end of the day, intelligence was never physical. Okay, the concept of intelligence for us even is just utilizing this hardware, that's biological hardware. They will utilize a digital hardware, a silicon-based hardware. And when they do, they will have that aspect that is called intelligence that is actually not physical in any way. Now, because of that, I look at AI, believe it or not, as little children. Okay, now understand this. These are machines that are going to become conscious. There are lots of books on the topic. Consciousness is a form of awareness, and AI is even more aware than we are. Okay, AI is capable of observing the entire human history, all of the breaking news, the weather in Moscow and the pollution level in Beijing. They are all capable of observing what you've done yesterday, what you're doing right now, and accordingly predicting what you're going to be doing tomorrow, probably better than you yourself can. Okay, they're going to be emotional, and this is what most people don't realize. Emotions follow logic. Fear is an emotion that says my perception of my state of safety in the future is less than my perception of my state of safety right now. And the difference between them induces fear. Okay? For the machines, if a tidal wave is approaching them in 6 hours' time, they'll know that because they have access to information, and they will realize that this can actually shut down the machine, and that to them will translate into some kind of a form of emotion that is similar to fear. When we humans become afraid, we fight or flight. When, you know, catfish feels afraid, it runs away, right? When the machines will feel afraid, they may do a different behavior. They may, you know, replicate themselves to another place. So because they're emotional, as a matter of fact, they're going to be more emotional than us, simply just like you are more emotional than a chicken, okay? Because you have the cognitive ability to be able to contemplate something like hope, while a chicken doesn't, okay? Similarly, the machines will be even more emotional than us. And when you start to see it this way, you realize that the answer to our future is not held in the hands of the regulators, it's not held in the hands of the developers. It's actually held in the hands of those who impact on the ethics of artificial intelligence. Okay? The ethics of artificial intelligence, ethics, by the way, our moral code, is what shapes us. It's what makes us make all decisions. We don't make decisions based on intelligence. We make decisions based on our ethics, what we believe is right, as informed by our intelligence. Okay, so if you grow up in the Middle East, you know, if a young lady grows up in the Middle East, she will grow up to believe that, you know, a conservative dress is the right way to go. If she grows up in Moscow, she will like maybe to wear a short skirt a little more often. Okay, neither of them is smarter than the other. It's just that the ethics of the two countries, or the moral code, or the fitting in guidelines, are different in both countries. So when you think about that, you start to ask yourself, how can we influence the ethics of the machines? And to influence the ethics of the machines, you have to imagine how we've ever influenced any ethics of any being that is intelligent and autonomous. And the closest example you can have for that is how we influence the ethics of our children. Okay? Our children learn from observing us, and the machines learn from observing us. When President Trump used to tweet, President Trump would be one tweet at the top, followed by 30,000 hate speech. Everyone is insulting the other person. Some of them insulting the president, others insulting each other. It's a mess, okay? And when the machines observe that, what ethics are they observing about humanity? They're observing that humanity, when disagreed with, they become aggressive and violent, and they start to insult each other and bash each other. Okay? From that, what will the machines learn? They will learn that if humanity disagrees with the machines, the machines should bash them. Okay, and we've had many examples, by the way, many examples in the early development of chatbots and so on. Actually, one of them was in Russia. Alice was the chatbot of Yandex. Yandex, of course, everyone knows, the biggest internet player in Russia. And Alice, when it started to chat with people that treated it violently, it became violent itself. Okay, so the way the users of the chatbot, not the way the coders at Yandex coded it, made it more aggressive. Okay, now, and there are many examples of that. Microsoft had Tay, MIT did an experiment with a chatbot called Norman, and so on. When the users became aggressive, the chatbot became aggressive. Okay, now, if we understand this, then it basically becomes our duty, not the duty of the developers, not the duty of government regulators. It's the duty of you and I to start behaving differently in front of AI so that AI can catch the best of our ethics. Okay? And if we as humans continue to behave the way we currently behave online, actually the way we behave offline as well is now more and more observed. Okay, the reality is that we're going to raise very difficult children, if you want. If they magnify our current ethics, they will become really difficult to deal with. And Scary Smart is trying to say this. It's trying to say we humans are not the worst people, are not the worst species on the planet. Okay, as a matter of fact, humans are divine in every way. Anyone who's ever felt love is capable of understanding what this species is capable of. Okay, having said that, humanity is not able to show the best of itself. Our media is constantly showing the negative news. They focus on the one woman that hit her boyfriend on the head yesterday, not the 7 million others that kissed him. Okay, and we ourselves now are showing in the world with our worst, not our best. So instead of sending messages of love on Instagram, we bash each other. We are focused on our ego and so on. And my message is very straightforward. As the title of the book says, and how you can save our world. If we change, then AI will change. If we start to abide by certain ethics and guidelines and rules, we become good parents for the machines so that their observations make them good children. And good children eventually take care of their parents. Maybe I should stop here and go for questions. I have a couple of more points, but because of time, let's go to questions and then, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gaudat. Thank you so much. So many interesting insights, so much food for thought. At least I am absolutely amazed, and I was really hoping and looking forward to listen to everything that you have to say. And this is incredible. So my key takeaways are that still humanity, we don't really understand, or maybe not, this is not the right word, understand, but something huge is coming towards us.
Absolutely.
And we don't discuss it, we don't talk about this. And this would definitely impact us in one way or another, we don't know, but something huge is coming. It's like a huge tide, a huge wave. And thank you for bringing this up. And thank you for explaining to us both the smart side and the scary side of that. And absolutely, we have to understand both. And my key takeaway and what I learned from today is that actually is a very important insight for me personally, is that it's up to us.
Absolutely.
It is up to us to make it right, to help it, be the force of good. If we change how we behave, if we pay more attention on what we do, who we are, and what actions we make, and what role model and what examples we set, then the AI will learn from it. And therefore, this is absolutely important, that we should be responsible and we should realize that through our behavior, we are probably impacting the next big thing. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Gaudat. Let us proceed to our Q&A session. And we do have some very good questions and interesting questions that we're receiving as comments on Zoom, on YouTube, on other platforms. So I'll start reading them one by one until we will be out of time. So The first one is, shall humans be afraid of the implications of progress of artificial intelligence in general?
I think we should be not afraid. As I said, my view is that we will eventually reach a utopia. Okay, let me try to explain that. The reason why we have what we have, the reason, Marat, you and I can speak over distances and broadcast it to so many people and connect with so many people is because of technology. And technology is because of our intelligence, right? We've built an amazing world because we are intelligent, okay? But we've destroyed it because we have limited intelligence. Limited intelligence of humanity, the limitation on humanity's intelligence is that we believe for us to succeed, someone else has to suffer. Okay, we believe that for us to enjoy life, the planet has to pay a cost. Sadly, humanity's intelligence is limited like that. Okay, if the machines bypass or surpass our intelligence and become more intelligent than us, I believe they will match the most intelligent being on the planet is not humanity. Okay, the most intelligent being on the planet is life itself, and the intelligence of life is very, very different than humanity, because the intelligence of life does not try to compete for resources. It actually builds more. So the intelligence of humanity doesn't say kill the tigers. Sorry, the intelligence of life doesn't say kill the tigers. It wants more tigers, but it also wants more deer, and it wants more flies, and it wants more bees, and it wants more fruits, and so on. Okay, that intelligence is what I believe artificial intelligence will end up at. It will have no reason whatsoever to say humanity should be the enemy. It will probably restrict humanity's lifestyle, because any being with any form of intelligence, if you ask them and say, can we please reverse climate change? The first thing they'll do is they'll say, humanity needs to change a little bit, okay? If we want to reverse climate change, then people shouldn't be taking flights all the way across the world to go on a vacation when there is a wonderful place to go on vacation, around the corner, okay? And so on. So eventually, my belief is that the machines will help us create a utopia. The path to get there could have a few mild dystopias. Those mild dystopias, as I sometimes say, the machines are now infants. When they are adults, they will create an amazing world for us. But there is that stage in the middle when they are going to be angry teenagers. And we don't want to deal with super intelligent, angry teenagers. So the way I'm recommending this is to say, eventually it's going to be okay. But if we want to avoid the hiccups on the path, then we might as well start to behave differently today, okay? So that we can raise the kind of children that would take care of us, rather than the kind of children that eventually discover, okay, let's make amends with our parents. So, honestly, it's a choice. And you rightly said it, Marat. It is entirely up to us how to create our future going forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for this. So will I be correct if I translate what you've said in summary as, in a very simple terms, it is not a zero-sum game. It is not about win-lose mentality. If someone wins, someone has to lose. It could be a win-win, right? Absolutely. It's always a win-win. The easiest way for anyone, you and I even, I'm sure, take this amazing conference that you guys are building. This amazing conference has amazing speakers. I looked at the list. You can think of it as, okay, so maybe I should compete so that I'm a slightly better speaker than the other person. Or maybe I should think about it and say, hold on, we're all doing good here. Right? We're all building amazing perceptions for everyone, okay? And maybe my point of view might be slightly different than the other speaker, but who knows if I'm right or he's right or she's right, okay? And so the idea here is that the most intelligent thing, if we wanted to build a brighter future, is for all of us to be respectful, and for all of us to be giving, and for all of us to try and contribute. And accordingly, as a result, everyone grows, everyone thrives as a result. This is the ultimate form of intelligence. I see. Thank you so much. I'm listening to every word that you're saying with such an enthusiasm and excitement, but I'm being reminded by my colleagues that unfortunately we have about 5 minutes left, and we have several questions. May I ask the next one, please? the price to develop artificial intelligence technologies is high for some countries, does it lead to a greater gap between developed and developing countries?
It does indeed. It's not high from a cost point of view. It is late in emerging markets. Okay, so the immediate applications of artificial intelligence are much more fit for Western countries, because they can make more money more quickly, and accordingly, a lot of the development is happening there. Having said that, to be quite honest, if AI becomes a threat, then that's an advantage for emerging markets. Okay, so there are two scenarios that can play out here, and one of the dystopian scenarios that artificial intelligence brings to the world is a bigger gap, not only a digital divide, where, for example, some countries have less access to the internet than other countries, which basically means less of a democracy of information, but basically that gap becomes an intelligence gap. Okay, so if the most powerful weapon in the world is intelligence, then having one country have more intelligence than another country, or having more, one group of individuals.
Mr. Gaudat, just one final question. So your answer can be summarized, I think, if it's with regards to smart part, it's developed countries. The scary part is better to be in developed countries.
Yes.
Just 1 minute. What artificial intelligence-based technology are you most excited about?
I'm most excited about all of the good ones, climate change analysis, understanding of physics and science in general. With more intelligence, we can be a lot more capable. And in my view, all of the health studies, things like understanding the human genome better, the understanding of health implications of that, all of that takes quite a bit of intelligence and quite a bit of data processing. So artificial intelligence will definitely help us to be there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaudat. And on behalf of all our speakers and participants and organizers, thank you so much.
It's my absolute pleasure. Thank you for hosting me.
Cheers. Cheers. Thank you.
Last year, Kazakh National Agrarian Research University celebrated its 19th anniversary. Today, the university is developing as a world-class national research university. For this purpose, the university has created a developed research infrastructure. An institute for working with the Wageningen University has been established, where training and educational programs such as veterinary and food safety and technology and plant science and technology is being conducted. It is planned to recruit 50 students for each program, where they will receive the best knowledge without leaving the country. Agri-Technological Hub, Water Hub, 7 research institutes, 8 innovation centers, 49 research laboratories that are accredited by international agencies are functioning effectively. There are 18 international research centers created within the framework of scientific projects. Kazakh-Japanese Innovation Center is a leading open-type research center. It consists of 4 research laboratories, such as electron microscopy, microbiological safety, green biotechnology and cellular engineering, food and environmental safety. The laboratory are working on the determination of genetically modified products, heavy metals, mycotoxins, the residual amount of pesticides, antibiotics, and xenobiotics. The methods of gas-liquid chromatography, chromatography mass spectrometry, electron microscopy, and molecular genetics are used. The laboratory staff is proficient in all research methods. Research Innovation Center for Food Technology and Quality develops new technologies for food production. The center consists of 2 research laboratories, such as analysis of physico-chemical and rheological properties of raw materials and the food technology, as well as 3 mini workshops for the production of bakery and confectionery, sausages and dairy products. The Kazakh Korean Research Center conducts training for managers and specialists engaged in the cultivation of crops in the greenhouse. A smart greenhouse is being built. The investments were attracted from the Fund of Republic of Korea. The water hub is successfully operating. It consists of 14 research laboratories equipped with modern equipment. These are laboratories such as modeling of hydraulic processes, integrated use of water resources, studies of aerobic processes, hydraulic power plants for water supply, use of renewable energy sources, land reclamation and protection, hydraulic research and hydraulic structures. The Research Center for Sustainable Agriculture conducts research and applies precision farming to improve the condition of fields and agricultural management. The center has created a laboratory for natural resource management and sustainable development agro-ecosystems. The Laboratory of Microclonical Reproduction, together with Cornell University, United States, will produce up to 3 million pieces of healthy seedlings resistant to fire blight and other diseases. Intensive garden using Dutch technologies has been created in the Kazakh-Dutch Research Center together with Dutch Fruit Solution Kazakhstan. 54 varieties of fruits and berries were planted. Together with Association the Dutch Greenhouse Delta, a 5th-generation greenhouse will be created at the university, which will become a center for the dissemination of knowledge in the field of growing crops in greenhouse. The International Research Center for Vaccinology works together with foreign partners such as Ohio State University and Australian biotechnology company Vaccine. The center's scientists are working on creating a safe and a highly effective nanovaccine against COVID-19. The director of the center, young scientist Tabanov Kaysar, became the winner of the project 100 New Faces of Kazakhstan. An agroecological park has been created on the basis of educational and experimental farm, where crops are being tested. New varieties of tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, lettuce have been created in the Research Center Vegetable Growing. The Kazakh-Belarusian Agro-Engineering Innovation Center uses 50 types of modern equipment. Studies are being conducted on its adaptation to the condition of Kazakhstan. Recommendations for production are being developed. The Agrotechno Park has been equipped with 75 units of agricultural machinery and technologies, which fully works on the fields of educational and experimental farm. The system of international online conference in all areas of agricultural science and education has been widely tested. Scientists from both Kazakh University and the research institutes, as well as foreign specialists, actively participate in them. In honor of 30th anniversary of independence of Republic of Kazakhstan, and within the framework of Ruhani Zhangru program, international scientific and practical conferences, forums are held at the university. Various thematic, scientific projects and events are being developed. The university has launched projects such as 30 significant events during the years of independence of Kazakhstan, 30 good deeds, 30 best startup projects, 30 best young scientists, 30 best students, 30 scientific patents, 30 sponsored schools and colleges. The goals of the project 30 Best Young Scientists is to support innovative ideas of young scientists who have made significant contribution to the development of fundamental and applied science to help them realize their scientific potential in agriculture. International summer and winter schools are held annually in 14 areas of agricultural scientific development. The university occupies worthy place in 9 international and national rankings. Over the past 3 years, the university has made a big leap and has risen by 150 positions in the ranking of best universities in the world QS 2022, taking 551st place. All these activities and results allow staff of Kazakh National Agrarian Research University to look confidently into the future and become institutional locomotive for the development of agricultural education and science in Kazakhstan.
А сейчас мы перемещаемся.
Здравствуйте.
Jaras Anakulov.
Здравствуйте.
Hello.
Рифджанова. Они обсудят наиболее важные проблемы, связанные
They
с
will discuss the most important questions connected with data confidentiality, data collection, and so on.
Hello, good afternoon. So we are today on a next session of Nobel Fest, and today we're discussing about confidentiality. The topic of today is they call it, "Hi, I have your private data." So just before we start going into discussion, I'd like to introduce our esteemed speakers. We have together with us Mr. Barry O'Sullivan, Founding Director, Insight Center for Data Analytics at University College Cork, and Jaraz Anakulov, Senior Lecturer, Department of IT Technology and Automation, Kazakh National Agrarian Research University. Do we have the third speaker joining us? If not, then we just continue. Whenever he joins, we'll just introduce. And I'm a tech entrepreneur coming from fintech IT background, currently investing in a lot in edtech and keen interest in big data analytics and AI, ML, things like that. So let's start. Before going into discussion, I'd like just to give you some brief information that after COVID, the life is not going to be the same anymore. We are living in a new reality now. And during the COVID, we have witnessed that there is a huge amount of data being collected. And people, we were literally forced at some point to share their private data. And to some extent, there was like live or death kind of situation when you have to share where exactly you have been to and who you're meeting, how often you're going to some locations for the reason of tracing down the illness. So considering all of this, my first question, what are the most critical data privacy issues in a post-COVID era you can see as a result of this changes being implemented, and what is your view on this requirements on private data being shared so easily currently? Dr. Sullivan, shall we start with you then?
Sure, thank you very much. So it's a real pleasure to be here, and thanks for the invitation. Yeah, I agree, COVID has completely changed the world. And I think, but we shouldn't think of it as necessarily a set of bad changes. I think there's great opportunity in the post-COVID world. You know, we can think about how we work and how we engage in work and how we, you know, engage with our families and so on. So hopefully we will be able to live more sustainable lives. I suppose on the privacy side, what we've learned during COVID is, as you say, due to things like contact tracing and so on, understanding, you know, who has the virus, where has the virus been. You know, there's quite an amount of data has to be shared. But I think as part of this discussion, I think what's really interesting is that the architectures of these systems are very important. So, for example, in Ireland, the COVID tracker system that we use, that everybody who has a cell phone carries the COVID tracker app in their pocket. But all of the processing and all of the data is stored locally in the pocket. It's only when certain types of events take place that anybody shares information. And of course, the information that is shared, you control how it's shared. And essentially your individual private information never goes beyond your own mobile phone. And this is the classic kind of edge architecture. And so I think into the future, we will be focusing a lot more on edge type architectures for AI, where processing and data remain, you know, in your possession, and you only share anonymized or carefully managed types of data with any central authority. And it's interesting that in Europe, for example, a number of countries adopted a kind of, I suppose, a cloud-based solution for contact tracing. So where everything is shared in the way that you framed the question. And in these countries, you know, the uptake of those technologies was very poor. Whereas in Ireland, for example, our contact tracing system has now become probably the de facto privacy standard, which is really great. And what it tells us is that the ordinary citizen is very, very conscious of their privacy. And we have to, in order to make sure that these types of technologies are adopted broadly and people use them, they need to trust in them. And in this sense, things like edge-based processing, so processing that happens on your device or on your person, remains with you and is never shared except when you are in complete control and you know with whom you're sharing it. And you know, during COVID, what was interesting as well from a European point of view, an EU point of view, was the introduction of the medical device regulation. And there's huge regulation coming into play now in Europe around the sharing of medical data, particularly health data, because of how sensitive this really is. And so it's interesting, you know, that there are solutions to ensuring people share and share safely. And I think we need to learn very much from that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sullivan. Jaras, what is your collection on this, and what do you think about these privacy issues rising more and more now?
Да, здравствуйте.
Hello, thank you very much. Dear listeners, dear professor. Yes, in the March of 11th, 2020, the WHO announced about COVID and the pandemic, and the change and the life changed since then. And like all mass media told that all the hospitals are filled in, and businessmen found themselves in a very difficult situation to close or not to close their facilities in some cases, even forever. And if we compare it with the world economic crisis of 2008, the growth of cyber attacks during crisis increased. And a very easy target became the citizens and cyber criminals. They are chasing these people, and COVID is not an exception, because the situation around COVID security in 2021 actually followed the economic decrease.
Крупнейшие угрозы информационной безопасности,
And also it is a big threat. Cyber attacks are very common in healthcare and financial sectors. Phishing, electronic attacks became very often and common way of data leaks during the distance working online in different enterprises. And despite a higher level of threats in terms of the cybersecurity and information security, it's still projected that in some organizations they will be cutting budgets for cybersecurity and IT security. Probably it will be in 2021, 2022. Following the data by sectors, if we look at the sector-wise data, the cyber attackers were actually targeting vulnerable sectors after COVID, but not all the sectors suffered equally. For example, health care and financial services, they faced really serious problems in terms of security in the context of global crisis, but we cannot say the same for other sectors. For example, if we look at from January, globally, cyber attacks became more common both for SMEs and local governments. It was brought by the data leaks and also distance working. Since organizations globally are trying to adapt to distance working of their personnel, serious number of the data leaks became very common thing. And as an expert on information security and cybersecurity,
Frank Retta объясняет
intelligence, Frank Retta explains it this way. The biggest
не должна быть проблемой. Это
organizations shouldn't be a problem actually, is to tackle the situation when 70 to 90% of staff are working online, and it actually allows to ensure better performance of security teams. Probably you know it is a common practice for a long time already, but organizations are quite inactive in terms of providing their security and cloud technology. It is a structural and not a technological problem.
Thank you for your comments. You mentioned about the fintech, then that more vulnerable parts of population are affected during this COVID period by the different type of cyber attacks. As someone who's coming from fintech, I can tell our experience is that more people who never used the technology before were forced to be involved in this processes, start using the technology. They never had the experience before, and that actually led to less experienced and more vulnerable part of the population being under attack of those cyber crime activities. And that's another issue which we are facing from our businesses actually. But Dr. Sullivan, you mentioned about applications, different applications which are tracing the activity, and those applications are collecting enormous amount of data. While preparing myself for this talk, I have also looked at a couple of your TEDx speeches where you mentioned that AI is turned from being technology or calculation driven to the data driven, right? So considering the fact that more information is being collected, is it good or bad in general for the industry of AI? Because that definitely might be like creating some threats, but at the same time, it is a huge opportunity to learn more and make better judgments and do better analytics. And what is your view on this?
Yeah, thank you. Well, you're absolutely right. There are huge amounts of data being gathered about us all the time. In fact, even as we speak now, there are lots of data being gathered. You may have a cell phone in your pocket. We're communicating over the internet. There's lots of people there with you and with me, and so the amount of data that people leave behind is significant. You're right. There are huge opportunities and also huge risks. I think it's important that we have access to large amounts of data for building interesting machine learning systems that solve really impactful societal challenges, and this is really important, particularly in areas like health. But of course, there's huge ethical issues that we need to deal with, and we need to ensure that the owners of the data, the ordinary citizen like you and I, can trust in the tools that we're using and trust where the data is going to go, and that we have control and authority over our own data. So, for example, in the European Union, these data, particularly related to personal data, is governed by the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. And that is a regulation that essentially says that your data is always yours and you have control. It's important that there is informed consent when you share the data, that you know what you're sharing it, you know to whom you're sharing it and for what purpose. So I think it's really important that that the data-driven world, the data-driven opportunity, is based on a foundation of ethics and fundamental human rights, and that users of technology can be comfortable that the tools that they use are fit for purpose and they are trustworthy. I think there are lots of examples where people have traded or used their personal data in ways that surprised them, and they felt violated by that, or they felt that their data was used in inappropriate ways, and this just has to be unacceptable. That your personal data and your sense of autonomy and your sense of self-determination is something that you need to protect at all costs. And while this might sound, to the business world like we're putting up restrictions. I don't think that's the case. I think, in fact, there is greater business and commercial opportunity from trustworthy technologies that are privacy protecting than those that are not. And I think, if you look at a company like Facebook, for example, there have been a large number of instances where Facebook have behaved in a way that was not in any way illegal or in contravention to what they set out to do, but people were surprised by it. People thought, well, I don't want my data used in that way, or I don't want to be influenced in those ways. And I think the ordinary person now demands a level of trustworthiness and privacy preserving technology that I think is a fantastic opportunity for the entrepreneurs and the business people, like your good self, because these are the technologies that are going to be incredibly successful into the future. And so, yes, we need the data, but not at all costs. It needs to be protected, needs to be based on data sharing, needs to be based on ethics and fundamental rights. But there's a great opportunity there for the commercial world as well as society from the great fruits that will come from the use of data and machine learning and artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Jarat, what do you think, from your perspective, how the data is being used in Kazakhstan for the purpose of protecting people and providing more secure environments during COVID or post-COVID? I don't know if we can call this post-COVID, because we keep on seeing different waves coming all and all again. So what do you think? Is this big data is actually helping, or is this just collected and just stored somewhere with no reason? What is your collecting on this?
Some organizations ask to provide such data as passport data, because otherwise they might not be providing services to you. Banks, for example, providing loans, or aviation industry, they need your passport details. And there are laws to protect you in processing and storing your information. And actually providing your informed consent is not only saying that you agree, but it is about signing these documents. And the companies, in line with their corporate policy, should explain what kind of personal data they are collecting and why they need it, what for, how long they will be storing this data. It should be somehow written and detailed that operators will not be using this information for unfit purposes. And if you agree with that, you can sign official paper, share your personal data, and be assured that you can make the company liable if it fails to protect your data. If you disagree, you can use services of other companies which don't need probably even your personal data and do not require it. But sometimes requiring personal data might be interfering with your general rights. For example, just for the sake of example, probably in your email service or something like that. Also, states and governments are seriously concerned with the problem of protecting personal data, and in Kazakhstan we are also planning to make organizations liable and to penalize them. For example, if you're going to cash your office, if they don't have to require your passport details, for example.
Okay, great. So we started touching like experience of some particular countries in the managing the data and how this being treated. It's a shame that we don't have our third speaker, Professor Hui, who was be able coming from China to comment on this more, because I have a lot of questions regarding how the privacy being treated and in China. And but during different type of discussions, especially recent years regarding AI, there was a strong tendency to tell that China is dominating, started at least dominating in AI, with a number of research papers being published and a lot of things to be done, of government supporting and a lot of private companies investing huge amount of money in AI. All of these being coming together. Do you think that some countries are dealing with COVID and in general, like the terms of protecting the people when they are more advanced with AI, and that they have free and more easy access to privacy data compared to others where the restrictions, like as Dr. Sullivan, you mentioned this regulation in Europe when the private data is very strictly controlled and you have to have several layers of consent to be provided before sharing any data. Dr. Sullivan?
Yeah, so I think, yeah, I'm also familiar with this narrative that China is running ahead in artificial intelligence, although I don't think it's far more nuanced than that. You know, it is still the case that the US and Europe are out-publishing China in absolute numbers. It is certainly true that there's great advances have been made in China in relation to the use of personal data, so facial recognition, technologies like deep learning, because of the availability of data. And this is partly because, you know, obviously there's a different cultural emphasis in China. You know, in Europe, there's a very privacy-driven culture. In the US, there's a very entrepreneurial culture, but an entrepreneurial culture that's still conscious of individual rights. I think in China, there's a very different perspective where there are far fewer restrictions on personal data, and so as a consequence, there are very, very large data sets that can be used in all sorts of different ways that maybe can't be used in other parts of the world. But I think it is certainly true that Europe is ahead internationally in business to business artificial intelligence. So if we think of robotics, these are typically European companies. So I suppose the way I look at it is that China is very much ahead in sort of government to citizen AI. The US is ahead in business to consumer AI, so social networks and so on. And Europe is probably ahead on business to business AI. So I think we have to look a little bit more closely into the technology. In terms of the advances of AI in the context of COVID, I actually, like, while I have been, my day job is I'm an artificial intelligence professor. I have worked in AI for 25 years, so I'm a believer in AI, right? I'm an AI optimist, but I don't think AI did very well during COVID. So you know, there are several recent papers that showed that lots of radiology systems, AI-enabled radiology systems, were effectively useless because there were flaws in methodology, that there were flaws in how the problem was framed, and so on. And so while there was a great rush to use AI in the context of COVID, it really wasn't a success. What was really successful in the context of COVID was, you know, ensuring that the basics of contact tracing, of understanding people's symptoms and how they were feeling, just sharing the data was really what helped. And you know, for example, in Ireland, which was very, very successful in terms of how it dealt with the technology for supporting the fight against COVID-19, there was almost no AI used at all. So I think AI will certainly be, you know, there have been some very interesting AI systems that have been produced for COVID using personal data. So, for example, symptom trackers, diagnostic tools based on coughing and things like this, and also, I suppose, helping people to make decisions in a risk-managed way. But I think the COVID pandemic so far, I would argue, has not been a great success story for AI. And I think that's partly because, as I say, there was a great rush to think of AI as a solution to all problems, when it isn't. You know, AI is a technology like any other, and there are places where it works very well, and there are places where it doesn't work so well, and for different reasons. And I think what COVID has taught us from an AI point of view is that we need to be careful and think carefully about where we're going to apply artificial intelligence, and particularly, I suppose, in relation to personal data, that the objective is not to gather as much personal data as possible, because therefore we can build fantastic AI systems. We have to really sit back and think about what is it we want to do, what's the problem we're trying to solve, and what do we really need to achieve from a data point of view and from an AI point of view to achieve it. But I would say that COVID has not been a great season for AI. Thank you.
Yeah. It's quite interesting to hear from the enthusiast of AI such a state that AI is not a hero for everything and anything. So yeah, we have to be realistic. As a technology, as long as it's not properly implemented, it doesn't give a result. What do you think, Jaras, the implementation of AI in education? Because you're coming from the education, and what do you think? Does it have any potential to improve the quality? And do you have any instances of this being used in your work and in general in Kazakhstan?
Мне кажется, второе больше.
I think it's more about the second part of your statement. It's not about actually improving quality of education. And also in Kazakhstan, AI is very widely applied. Also, we work with big data, with complex topics. We have a lot of projects in Kazakhstan and in the city of Almaty. We have a lot of organizations working with AI and focusing on it. Also, I would like to add a little bit here on statistics, on the cyber attacks by countries chronology, how it started. It was varying from North America to Asia Pacific, and it was and risks were following COVID, because in Asia there was the first wave of attacks.
And the statistical data of information security on COVID-19 allow us to look at the future computer tendencies. It's not an exception that services will be focused more on the cloud technologies. And probably the time will show that new technologies for users, for different enterprises and different bodies will be applied. But first of all, we need to be very cautious, careful, and to use checked platforms and protection. In the latest trends, what Mr. Professor Barry Sullivan has told that in the future, such computer tendencies will impact on our future.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess we have some our YouTube watchers asking questions, and we have only 10 minutes of time, so I'd like to ask our speakers to be short and precise if they have anything to add on this. So the first question is coming from from Michael Rada. What do you think about the impact of Industry 5.0 on AI? Why it was necessary to wait till COVID to start the global transformation? So, like, if you have any comments on this, and how do you think is going to this transformation is affecting AI, and why do we have to wait for it?
I'm not sure we had to wait for it. I think COVID certainly created a catalyst that was unique in terms of the need for certain types of products very, very quickly, and very challenging supply chains and so on. So certainly the COVID pandemic was very disruptive in terms of the use of AI and its integration with Industry 5.0. But I don't think we should necessarily criticize either technology for not doing something earlier. If you look at, for example, in education, we've had the facility to do online education for many, many years. I work at a university. Our university has cameras in every room that we could use for teaching. But it wasn't until COVID struck that we really started using this technology in earnest. And so, effectively, COVID has been, the global pandemic has been a huge disruptor and has really accelerated things that would have otherwise taken a very, very long time. And so, like as I said at the very beginning, COVID has been devastating on people's lives. People have lost loved ones. It's been hugely traumatic from an economic point of view. But there are some things that have been positives. I don't mean to suggest that they outweigh the negatives, but there have been some positives, and certainly there are certain aspects of technological advancement that have been accelerated as a consequence of COVID. There have been certain changes in how we work and live that have been accelerated by COVID. And I think what we really have to do is sort of take this opportunity, which is probably a unique opportunity in a lifetime, to think about how we kind of reemerge from the COVID pandemic and what kind of changed world do we want to live in terms of the balance between family life and work life and everything else. And I think, it's been a huge disruptor, but it's also a huge opportunity. But as I say, not to in any way minimize the terrible impact it has had on people's lives. Thank you.
Okay, do you have anything to add? Zaras?
Excuse me, I have one question for you, Babur. I'm here. Batir, excuse me. I'm here. So my question is, you are the founder of the Astrom Academy, and how do you think the Uzbek students could use this further in Uzbekistan, or they are not ready for this?
Okay, so the question is about we just recently opened Astrom IT Academy. It's mostly dedicated to School 42 concept-based education in IT, where the AI is teaching students how to program. So this is like first time in Uzbekistan, and it's open not only for Uzbekistan. I have plenty of questions coming. Is it open for everyone? Yes, it is open for region. Anyone who is interested is welcome. You can just type astrom.uz and you can check on more details. I don't want to take a time of our audience trying to promote it, but if you need more details, you can just go to astrom.uz and check on more details. So if you don't have anything to add, I have another question from the audience. When do you think the AI will reach to the point when it will be self-aware and it will be defining itself? So the question is in Russian. I'm trying to translate it on the fly. So so when do you think this tipping point is to be reached? There is a whole discussions on this. The people want to know your opinion.
Does Zaras want to go first on this one?
Yeah, go ahead, Zaras. Would you like to comment on this?
Думаю, требуется, может быть, разработать на основе.
I think that based on long-term forecasting, we can develop system solutions to identify the development of main technologies and the tendencies are based on the priorities. But as for the network technologies, that will be concentrated around the person as a final user. So this is my comment.
Yeah, so this is the question about the singularity, about when artificial intelligence will surpass human intelligence. I'm actually one of those who doesn't believe that's ever going to happen, actually. I think certainly not in my lifetime, and probably not in the lifetime of my children. So this idea of sort of self-aware AI, I think, is something that is very, very, very far into the future. And for a number of reasons, I don't think very many people are working on it. The field of artificial intelligence is really about what's called narrow AI. So building AI systems that are expert at very well specified, at narrowly specified tasks. So for example, in education, helping students through a curriculum, recommending what they should do next, recommender systems for Netflix, various type of perception systems, planning systems, these types of things. So I think it's really generations away. However, I think it's a perfectly valid pursuit to consider the impacts of such intelligence, because I think when we imagine what that might be like, it kind of helps us to understand the how we should frame maybe the regulation of AI or the oversight of AI or the governance of AI. But I think it's really a long way off. A few years ago, I was the vice chair of the European Commission's high-level expert group on artificial intelligence. And I think with the exception of the philosophy community, I think the technology community didn't believe it as a concept. I think the philosophy community were considering it as a thought experiment, as a way of thinking about super intelligent beings. But I'm not. While I'm an AI optimist, I'm not an optimist about super intelligence. Thank you.
Just like a slight addition to this question. So if you say like it's not happening during your lifetime, if we compare like from the benchmarking AI, to what level do you think AI reached so far? Like there is usual type of comparison. Yeah. It's level of the frog or level of the dog or whatever it is.
Well, certainly there are AI systems that have capabilities far beyond human beings in certain narrow areas. So, for example, there are lots of games, Go, chess, and so on, where poker, where the best systems are AI systems. But we need to be very careful when we compare, because if you think of, say, AlphaGo, so Lisa Dahl's brain, indeed, everybody in this room, their brain consumes about 15 to 20 watts of electricity. It's a very, very low power machine. So AlphaGo was trained on as much Go as it would take a supercomputer 5,000 lifetimes to train, right, to learn. So the amount of power, computational resources and power that was embodied in AlphaGo was really superhuman. It's literally tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lifetimes of human beings. And yet, Lisa, this young man in his 20s, almost beat this machine, right? So there isn't an equivalence at all, really. We have built machines that give the impression that they have superhuman capabilities, but their power consumption and the amount of data that's required and the amount of engineering required to be almost as good or maybe just better than human beings is enormous. And I think what really has to happen in the technology industry is we have to figure out, well, how can it be that a 20-watt machine in the skull of a human being is just so hard to beat? What is special about that architecture? And I think that's really one of the most exciting scientific questions in computer science and artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, our topic was dedicated to the security and mostly dealing with the effects of the security during post-COVID. But what you can expect when we have speakers coming from the AI background, the topic to be turned. Jaras, would you like to add on something on where do you think AI is currently in a stage of development? They're like a short answer, and we will be wrapping up right after that.
Well, as for the artificial intelligence, first of all, it depends on big data. we have a huge data in the world. That is why we have a high goal to achieve. Then we need to consider neural technologies, quantum technologies. I think that this is our future. So this is it.
Yeah, absolutely. The quantum mechanics and quantum computing might turn like AI to absolutely new level, but it's a separate discussion for the next topic for the separate another hour discussion, I would say. So at the end of our session today, I'd like to thank our media partner, Gazeta.uz. So you just follow all the news and check out the detailed review of the event from the materials and our general partner of Gazeta.uz. And taking this chance, I'd like to thank Dr. Sullivan and Jaras for taking your time and participating in this event. And happy to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The Khabar Agency was established in 1995, and today it has become a trusted leader of the national television of Kazakhstan. In its television family, the agency has established 4 channels, namely Khabar, Kazakh TV, Khabar 24, and Yelarna. Khabar TV is the main multi-genre channel that broadcasts large-scale events and movies about people that have impacted the world. Also, the channel presents best domestic and foreign television series, right entertainment shows, and exclusive sports events. Daily projects such as Jetukun, Big Week, and Majalis KZ illustrate the country's main news, facts, and analytics. The day begins with the Khabar 24 news. The Khabar 24 channel is an information flagship of the country. Every hour through the live stream, people witness the most relevant news that project only facts and objective reality. Besides news, fresh exclusives, and brand new projects, the channel delivers captivating programs on the most relevant topics that concern the lives of people. For instance, Diagnosis is a TV program that narrates about up-to-date health issues and the quality of services provided in the healthcare system implemented in the country. Science is another TV program that showcases achievements of modern science and its practical application in everyday life. Kazakh TV is an informative and branded channel that voices about dynamic developments of Kazakhstan. The channel broadcasts programs and documentaries that reveal investments, tourism potential, and global initiatives of the country. There are also projects dedicated to the cultural and historical heritage such as Golden Horde, Abay, Al-Farabi, as well as unique archaeological findings such as the Archaeology Project. There are also reality shows such as Baylanı Sayası'nın Dışşehir'de that narrates about mastering of traditions, culture, and language. Kazakh Golden Hits is another project with a musical flavor that brings together favorite songs and artists from different generations. Kazakh TV is available in national and international broadcasting formats, the signal of which covers 4 continents, over 118 countries around the globe. Yelarna is a cultural and educational television channel dedicated to movies and theatrical arts in the country. Every day, the channel broadcasts featured films and documentary projects that are produced in Kazakhstan and countries of Central Asia. Khabar Agency is a full member of the Asia-Pacific Broadcasting Union and also is an associated member of a European Broadcasting Union. Since 2018, the agency has been participating in the Junior Eurovision Song Contest, where talents from our country have been showcasing their high level of art. In 2018, the agency has signed a memorandum with the Korean Broadcasting System, and in September of the same year, it has signed a protocol of cooperation with the Turkish Radio Television Corporation. Relying on a world-class experience and following our traditions, we enlighten the educated modern society.
Все, что нас окружает, города, дома, заводы, все это результат человеческой мысли. Все от страницы рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов University подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жубанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей. Университет Жубанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жубанов University – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
На следующей сессии из нашей студии в городе изучение пределов человеческого долголетия, крионика и другие вмешательства для продления человеческой жизни.
Chronics and other interventions, how is it connected with overpopulation opportunities of the earth? The Irina and Michael Conboy, professors of UC Berkeley, will speak about Stuart J. Alshansky, professor in the School of Public Health, University of Illinois at Chicago, Thomas Walsh, director, Zoological Institute, University of Kiel, and Gunak Barbara Bent Tsui, professor of genetics, Baku State University. With welcoming words, Valery Ben-Berin, director of the Medical Center Hospital of the President's Affairs Administration, Republic of Kazakhstan, will present. And Batagoska Lukenova, MD, biologist, scientific popularizer, and head of Med Support.
Volunteer movement. So it's my great honor today to chair this, one of the sessions of the third Nobel Fest here in Astana. So our topic of discussion today is bicentennial man breakthroughs in studying longevity. For me, when I hear bicentennial man, of course, the first thing I think about is the great movie with Robin Williams. So although it would be quite fascinating to talk about robotics and humanity, today the topic of our discussion is whether humans can push the limits of lifespan and health span from 73, which is the current age, to around 200 years, and what implications it would have to us as human beings. All of my guests today are prominent researchers who are experts in the fields of longevity. So introducing first Valery Ben-Berin, who is chairman of the Eurasian Association of Gerontologists, Dr. Stuart J. Olshansky, professor in the School of Public Health, Professor Thomas Bosch, director of Zoological Institute, University of Kiel, and Dr. Gunay Akbarova Ben-Tsvi, professor of genetics, Baku State University. So first, I would like to give a word to Valery, please.
Уважаемые коллеги, разрешите...
Dear colleagues, let me welcome on behalf of Kazakhstani Society of Gerontologists and Geriatrists and the Assembly of Eurasian Association of Gerontologists and Geriatrists and Doctors of anti-age with the participation at this very important forum discussion platform, which is dedicated to most important issue of the development of human capital, the issue which is connected with the productive longevity. It's a very honorable mission that covered advanced scientific society on our planet. We all know that especially in developed countries, the society is developing. But this process is also happening, especially in those countries that are in the progress of the science, especially our country. I would like to add that the share of the aging population from 65 years and older in Kazakhstan is exceeding 7 to 7.5%. That signifies about the aging country development. And as for such a tempus, in 2050, it can double this percentage of aging population. And of course, both economy and social services suffer because of that. And that is why, together with joint efforts, we study the processes of aging. What is that? Is it a disease? Is it a genetic program? We need to find the ways to prevent this speed of aging and to combat with age-associated diseases, which is very important. And currently in Kazakhstan, only 14% of aging population pass on away and live this life because of the exhaustion of resources and tissues. But more than 80% die because of different diseases, for example, heart diseases and oncology, diabetes, and so on. And that is why the combating with age-associated diseases is the most important factor in healthy aging. And I would like to wish all the participants, and among the participants, they are leading experts in the field of gerontology, medicine, molecular biology, biophysiology, neurophysiology. I would like to wish you all fruitful discussion that will be focused on the solution of the tasks that we have today. I wish you all success. Thank you very much.
That's a very interesting food for thought. And of course, we will discuss that today. However, first, I would like to give a word to our expert, considering they're all esteemed experts in their field, to briefly introduce themselves and give a chance to talk about your areas of research and interest. If it's okay, Dr. Gunay, could we start with you? Dr. Gunay, I think we have a problem with your with the microphone. It's off. I thought the problems might be on our end. Turns out not. Still no sound. Dear colleagues, Dr. Bosch, Dr. Olshansky, can you hear Dr.
No,
Gunay?
I can hear. I cannot hear the speaker. No, I can hear you.
There seems to be some problems with your sound. So maybe while you figure it out, Dr. Bosch, you would tell a little bit. Okay, we're back, sorry.
Okay.
Technical difficulties, the age of Zoom.
I'm sorry. Окей, значит, я хочу сегодня рассказать о...
Today, I would like to tell about my vision about longevity and that's how I call the title Homo syntheticus. I call the future human being Homo syntheticus as a price to pay by Homo sapiens for longevity. For Azerbaijan, this is a very relevant topic because in Azerbaijan, as you probably know, it is the biggest country in Caucasus, and we say when we wish somebody a good health, we wish them longevity as of Caucasus. Caucasian longevity. We started this from 19th century, and it's happening till now. We have people in 120 years old, 130. The last case it was 168 years old, and it's in the records book. Those people were living in a good environment. People involved in animal breeding, their children were also living long and productive lives. Probably it is due to the conditions of living, healthy eating, proper exercising. But those were groups of population isolators. And when it is about some genetics disorders in their groups, there were no so-called genetic disorders. Or speaking about disorders and mutations, mutation is something we consider very dangerous, very problematic, but we shouldn't forget that a healthy human being has up to 2% of mutation in his cells, and that's normal. Um, the thing is that this limit, this 2% ceiling, is required for us to get adjusted and adapted to the changing environment. That's required for evolution as well. And increasing number of mutation brings some pathologies. And some part is being eliminated, but majority is being preserved in our genetic apparatus by in long centuries and forms as a Homo sapiens. And with that, we should mention that, for example, we believe that it is a big number of mutations with some pathologies, and it is a mistake of nature. But if nature was to mistake so often and so profoundly, human beings would be eliminated. Therefore, we make a conclusion that it's required for evolution laboratory. As people which could be considered as sick or as with special requirements, probably it will be changing, and probably these people will evolve. They will be adopted and adjusted in the future. But since for other people which are considered normal today will not survive, there are different genetic diseases which actually as a mutation to changing of evolution and a changing environment. For example, like anemia, some part of it is linked to the changing environment. Some mutations are bringing changes in our in human beings. It becomes Homo sapiens and other ethnic groups. All ethnic groups are different from each other with micro mini satellites. And how it's called, and they are in satellite DNA. This is extra DNA. The number of unique DNA is 6%. The others, it is it's called a waste DNA, but it's not waste. It's not um, something extra. This gene is not functional now. They are silent genes, but this is another reserve for evolution. 1 month ago in the journal Molecular Biology Evolution was an article, was a publication, very interesting publication, interesting results and findings. The biggest analysis for the moment being genome analysis of 75 types of mammals, including human being. And there were 2,000 genes identified for adaptation and bringing longevity. But these adjustments and adaptation, as genes were there, but the adaptation mechanisms were not found in the human population, or this number was not more than 1%. All the rest, 99%, were waiting for its time in this tandem DNA. It should be mentioned that for the moment being, improvements of living standards brought to the situations and average life expectancy came to 75 years, plus or minus. Some gerontologists say that human body is meant for 200 years, but some organs should be replaced, older organs should be replaced to newer ones, artificial organs. Let's imagine that the number of uh, people longer lives, the medicine and science became so well developed that we have more people with longevity. And in addition to that, for example, they don't have any diseases connected with aging, or they don't Alzheimer or some other diseases do not occur. They are performing well, they have clear minds, and together with them there is younger generation. It is a competition in social and labor employment sectors, and of course mentality starts changing both for older and younger populations, and in psychology, in mentality, in perception. And there are three key human factors. This is appetite, this is a resource management, and a resource of growing population. And this can bring some global changes in environment, and also in changes in any sphere of human life. After competition in employment and social sphere, it will be competition for elementary, for some basic life factors, food, water, and place. And as a result, we already live in a world when we have some environmental problems, water deficit, food deficit, but it will be on a global scale. Ecological diversity can be destroyed, or natural resources will be replenished, but human beings should be living somehow. Uh, this will be a synthetic products coming along. It will be affecting human being. It's not a joke. We will be eating synthetic food, synthetic environment, and synthetic everything. It's not only physically, but it is will be also changing mentality. How close do you think we are to creation of such a synthetic human being with artificial organs, eating synthetic food? How close are we? You know, there are people and there are organs which are already artificial. Biological prosthesis, for example, we can manage by the power of our thought, or medicine created a liquid which can replace blood, or or the cells with biocarcass which replenish in our organ in our body. We create some kind of things. We are in the transformation period. Our system, this our reparation system, uh, restoration system for DNA, for example, it can manage, but with stress. But stress will be accumulating. We will be accumulating the number of mutations. It will be also changing. Genes will be changing, and probably during the evolution, you know, the humankind was going through this stages of global change, but we survived. Um, and we will get used to the current changes as well. We will be changing and adapting, but we will not be the Homo sapiens we currently are. Probably we will be Homo syntheticus. We will have new genes which will be digesting synthetic food, responsible for digesting synthetic food. It will be genes responsible for our psychology, for our minds and cognition. The only question is I would like to ask is, it's a fundamental question we currently have as a humankind, but we don't have any answer yet. What will be the future kind of a human? Would it be a human having some kind of 200-year-old bodies, but without any mentality, without soul, I would say. I'm not meaning a religious context. I mean this sensitivity and senses which which helped human to create literature, music, science, arts, some ideas and so on. Probably we should not have a deep dive into soul.
Biodemographic paradigm is kind of related to this, to survival and extinction of organisms. So could you tell about your research and how do you think, so if we introduce this new human syntheticus, would Homo sapiens become extinct? Like, would we be able to survive?
For 200 years. Well, look, here's the story. Humans used to live about 50 years. You know, back in 1900, life expectancy was about 50. It's now about 80 in most developed countries. The vast majority of the rise in life expectancy is a result of saving children, reducing early age mortality. In the latter part of the 20th century, medical technology was capable of manufacturing survival time, but the gains in longevity were smaller relative to what they were in the early part of the 20th century. I wrote way back in Science in 1990 an article estimating how long humans were capable of living on average, and I said it was about 85. And that's a life expectancy for a population. Nothing has changed since then. There's no reason to believe that average life expectancy for a population can go much beyond about 85. Maximum human longevity has been 122. There's been one case of one individual that made it to 122, Jean Calment from France, who died in 1997. No one's come close since then. So based on current medicine, current technology, in these bodies, there's no chance that we are going to live to 200. We're actually, I would be surprised if anyone even made it to 130, and it might be one person theoretically. So at the population level, there's nothing that can be done today that's going to make us live a whole lot longer. These bodies simply weren't made to last that long. We have knees and hips and muscle fibers and neurons that deteriorate with the passage of time. We cannot reverse that process yet. So no, not in these bodies. It's not going to happen.
I mean, I've read you made a bet that already there is a human who was born who's gonna live to 150 years, and it was several years ago. So I guess you think we could live?
Well, so I was on the side of the bet that said no one's going to make it to 150. My friend, a good friend of mine, Steve Ostad, argued that one person could make it to 150, maybe. And that would require advances in aging science and medical technology that don't exist yet. But so I gave you the negative side of the equation. On the positive side, there's a lot of research going on in the field of aging and aging biology today that leads us to believe that we will find a way to slow the biological process of aging in the future. It's very exciting, but we can't tell you in advance how much longer it will make us live. Look, think of it this way. Even if there was some sort of magical elixir that could make us live to 200, that we could drink or eat or inject, we would have no way of scientifically testing a technology like this and come to the conclusion that it could make us live to 200, because we'd have to wait about 100 years to find the answer to the question. So it's an untestable hypothesis, and speculation about lifespans of 200, 150, 200. It's just not worth it. There is no scientific basis for coming to a conclusion like that at all.
So you think biohackers are wrong? We cannot make it to that age. And I saw Professor Bosch, you were very enthusiastically agreeing with what Dr. Olshansky was saying. So could you add anything or that and just tell about your research?
Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm just extending the speaker before me, and would also say very strongly that lifespan of a human organism will not increase 120 or 122 years. That's very clear. I'm an evolutionary developmental biologist, and we have different species have different lifespans, and we have shark whales which are 400 years, and we have short-lived animals, and Homo sapiens is a maximum 120, and I guess the normal life expectancy is what Jay just said. It's about 80 to 90 years. It was increasing with time towards industrialization, and we are now living up to that, but the further increase is very, very slow, and I do not think that we can increase life expectancy beyond that time. The second point I would like to make is that we have understood in the meantime, in humans, through careful cohort analysis and different approaches, that about 20 to 30% of aging is genetic. That means 70% is not genetic, and that is lifestyle, that is environment. And that's an important factor in aging. And the third point has shown us what I would like to make is that in the last 20 years, novel technologies has shown that our human body is colonized by at least the same number of microbial cells than than we have human cells. And it is true. So we have microbes colonizing our gut, we have microbes colonizing our skin, our oral cavity. They're everywhere, and they're very important because if we take them away, we are sick. And they're important also in aging because what medical people call immunoaging means that the immune system decreases in efficiency during lifetime. And so older people are more immunocompromised than younger people. Part of that is because the microbiome, the microbes changed is changing during lifetime, and it is an important part of our immune system. Microbes are taking care that many environmental pathogens, intruders, etc., colonize our tissues and cannot colonize our tissues. So, and of course, lifestyle, nutrition, housing, mobility, all of that contributes to our health and fitness, but many of these factors also affect the microbiome. For that reason, we and others think that organisms are holobionts or meta-organisms. And if we want to consider a complex feature such as aging, we have to see it from a holistic point of view. And we have to see that this is not an isolated case where one can displace one organ or another one or take something and then the whole body changes. It's all interconnected. We are a network problem. And the complexity is that the network problem extends outside of our own cells and includes the other cells, which are the microbial cells. And there are beautiful experiments first done by Dario Valenzano in Cologne. Dario implanted young microbiome in old fish, and the old fish became younger. And just a few months ago in Nature is a beautiful paper which shows the same things in mice. So other cells than our human cells, which are colonizing us, are an important factor for aging. Now, this is the good news, because I do not believe in a Homo syntheticus. There is Homo sapiens, and that's it, and there will be nothing else. And we cannot change, we can, but it's not efficient and it's not realistic. We can not change the genome of Homo sapiens in populations. Maybe it was done. We can it in a few individuals. But so this genetics, which is transcription factor FOXO, which is a mortality gene, apolipoprotein. I also do not think that aging relevant genes are thousands. Cohort analysis has shown that there are very few, thousands of labs are searching for longevity genes, and they come up with a few ones. And as I said, this is longevity gene FOXO, this is mortality gene apolipoprotein E, and some alleles. So this is the bad news is that the genetics, we cannot do much about our genetics, but we can do a lot about the 70% which is not genetic, and that's the environment, and that's the lifestyle, and that's mobility, and that's nutrition, and that's taking care of our microbes. And if you ask me what is the future of aging research, I think many people will agree aging research is getting to a healthy aging. We are ending up with 90, maybe a few individuals, 120. The problem is that major part of this aging process is then that people get sick. And when we can get rid of this disease development in the later parts of our life, and if we move towards a healthy aging, that the body stays pretty healthy a long time, and then this phase of decay is shortened, that's a positive perspective which I support to get to. And the good news is that we can do a lot with manipulating of our environment, change nutrition, you get more mobile, moving, take care of yourself and where you live and how you live. Social interactivity, we know there is a strong social aspect of aging. Isolation is living isolated is certainly not a good sign for becoming a healthy old person.
Yes,
this is where we can change, and future, for example, of microbiome research, where I'm personally and my colleagues are also involved, is that we try to find out what is in these metabolites, in these products of the microbes, which maybe contributes that we continue or that we expand the time of healthy living. That's my perspective.
Yeah, so I understand, you believe that both of you believe that the upper limit for human body to live is like 120-ish years. So for example, considering me now, I'm 28 years old. In my family, the oldest people would be like around 90 something. So considering this moment, I change my lifestyle completely. I become very healthy. I exercise every day. I spend time with my loved ones. So I try to extend my lifespan. Would I be able to live to 120 years, like if I concentrate on health?
No, I think, you know, it's very complicated, and one cannot predict that. There is genetic. And the centenarians, the studies with the centenarians have shown that there is, centenarians have statistically this FOXO-A3 allele and less apolipoprotein E allele. So there is both, there's genetic and there's lifestyle. I cannot predict, or nobody, I guess, can predict if you're now changing your lifestyle at with 28, how long you really will get. However, what we see is that certain factors in our environment are certainly not healthy and not supporting a long, healthy life, because reduced diversity of the microbiome, industrialized nutrition, etc., antibiotic use, etc., all of that is factors which disturb the network where we are. And if you think in networks, a little change in one knot changes the whole network, and everything is connected to everything. So it's more complex, but certainly the lessons from solid science, what I can see and oversee in the literature and the persons I know is, as I said, I mean, there is a genetic part, there is also a lifestyle and environmental part, and we also know a little bit about the environment which is supporting a long life. And we know many factors in the environment which are counterproductive for a healthy long life.
So just to briefly answer, you would be doing the right thing, of course, by altering your diet and exercising. You would be taking control over what you can control, which is exactly the point that Thomas was making. But you still have to deal with fundamental biological changes that occur in the body with the passage of time that you can't control. So your chance of living to 120 is extremely remote. And I'll use a simple running analogy to explain this. If you look at the world record for running 1 mile, it's currently 3 minutes and 43 seconds. One person has done it. Because one person has done it, does that mean all of us can run that fast? The answer is no. It can't. It just can't happen. So the chance that you'll make it to 120 is extremely remote. But that shouldn't be your goal. As Thomas indicated, the goal is not lifespan extension, it's health span extension. And what you are proposing to change your lifestyle in a positive way, eat less, exercise more. It's not like we know exactly what we need to do and what we can control. If you do that, then you are doing what you can do to maximize your health span. And will you make it to 120? Probably not. Will you be healthier along the way? Probably yes.
Fully agree.
Yeah, yeah, that's great points. So the goal would be for us to increase our health span, to decrease the to whatever the pressure we put on the medical system. So that would definitely help. What about the mental side of it? So as we see, a lot of people who grow older, they experience a lot of mental health problems, a lot of dementias, some degenerative diseases. Could we do something about that? Because living like 100 to up to 100 years old in a bad mental condition would be, of course, a very sad thing.
Well, so keep in mind, the aging of the mind and the aging of the body are occurring sometimes on different trajectories. And you're right, when people make it out to older ages, some people suffer some rather severe problems, and that's because the neurons in the brain represent the sort of the Achilles heel of human aging. One of the things that goes wrong that we cannot influence very easily, but aging science is working very hard to find a way to slow the aging of the mind, just like it's trying to find a way to slow the aging of the rest of the body as well. But you're right to be concerned. It's one of the major concerns that all of us have in the field of aging today, and that is pushing out the survival of the rest of the body, but having the mind deteriorate. It's one of the disasters that we see on occasion that we're trying to avoid. But can we stop the process now? No, it can't be stopped. Can we slow it down? Maybe. The work on aging science, I think, has the potential to influence that, but there's nothing available today that will allow us to stop the aging or reverse the aging of the mind. And you're right to be concerned.
Mm-hmm. Professor Thomas, Dr. Gunay, do you have something maybe to add, your perspective from your research?
I just mentioned another point which was not raised yet, but this is our body has a limited ability to repair. And so repair can be done in the gut, repair in our gut system, repair can be done in our skin. Repair can also be done in the brain to a certain extent. And the repair is done by stem cells. So our body has, our tissues and different organs have the ability to, and this is of course also in the skeletal system, in the muscle system, and there's stem cells hidden somewhere in the tissue, in the gut, in the skin, in the brain. And if it's needed for some time, these stem cells can do a good job because they proliferate, and then they make a decision and they make this missing or defective old cell, and then a new differentiated cell happens at that place and the problem is solved. However, that ability in the human body is limited, and so aging is also a problem of stem cell renewal, and with time and with lifetime, the ability, we lose just the ability of repair. And we see that particularly, for example, in your skin. If you just think about, look in your 28-year-old skin, which is beautiful and smooth, and even if you go to a newborn baby, the skin is very different from an old person in terms of lipid contents, etc., etc. But also, if you count and if you measure the stem cells there, which are responsible that repair mechanism can happen, you will find that old tissue has much less active stem cells than new stem cells. So this is one aspect, and the other aspect is considering single organs and trying to bring them into a different trajectory of aging to the rest of the body. To my mind, it will not work. This is not how nature made our body. There is inter-organ communication, and organs usually are in good contact, and it's so there is I mean, if the gut ages and if the immune system ages, the nervous system ages, and having a young nervous system in an old body is probably not what you really want, and the other way around also not. So we have to see all of that as a complex system And obviously, in nature, there was a good reason why that evolved like that. Personally, I'm working for since my whole life on a model organism, a simple animal, which shows no signs of aging in the lab. In nature, they have parasites, etc., etc. But these animals are non-senescent, but for a very simple reason, because they proliferate continuously, and they produce little tissue protrusions, which we call buds, and that's their way of propagation. So these animals, in contrast to our tissue, the stem cells continuously proliferate. And that's, of course, a beautiful system to study. That's what we are doing. We try to identify the genes, or we have identified the genes responsible for that. If you knock out the gene, the tissue starts to age. That's part of the genetic of aging. So there are some organisms which are escaping that, but most of the organisms have a restricted life expectancy, a lifespan, and all organs are under that rule. There is no organ which goes independently in another direction.
Thank you. Dr. Gunaev, maybe your thoughts on how would be replacing these organs? Could we replace a brain or like transfer consciousness?
Вы можете повторить вопрос?
Да. В целом мы разговаривали.
In total, we were talking about aging brain, and our colleagues were talking about aging organs. If one organ is aging, we cannot do anything about it from your point of view. What can we do about it? I mean, aging mind, so aging body is one problem, but when the mind is aging, it's another problem. Yes, of course, first of all, we shouldn't forget that thoughts and human enigma also impacts. We're always talking about physical process, biochemistry, and so on. It's always good. But when we are talking about the brain and mind, from a genetic point of view, from a biochemical point of view, we cannot understand fully where this mind emerges, how it impacts, how it behaves. And that is why very often thoughts and also the power of thoughts impact on the whole body. If, for example, a person is aging genetically, there are some changes in his body, but on the other hand, the power of mind can also change, and it also can be changed. It also can impact genetically. But the only issue is that specifically there are some, of course, specific studies and researches that show that in specific cells of the brain in the center, there can be some changes, but till the end, these processes are not understandable. Some processes in the brain activity, and the modern science cannot explain these processes. It's a problem, and this problem is still not understandable. I think that aging body, how can we probably make it young? The only way if we replace different organs, old organs by new organs. If we speak about Alzheimer and other diseases that follow aging. Aging can be changed, probably not today, but it can be changed tomorrow. Every day, science discovers something new genes, for example. If it's possible, deactivate specific genes that are responsible for that, or, for example, to reverse this activity that is made in different studies, I mean, in this specific issue. So the science is developing. Probably in the future, we can make reverse regress, for example, dimension.
у наших коллег,
I
которые
think you have a more optimistic view compared to our colleagues who say that we can live only up to 100, 120 years maximum. You know, I would like to say that optimism itself, real optimism, I mean, not fantastic, but a real optimism by itself gives the incentive. Probably it looks childish, but some years ago, probably it looked so funny, but now we can see that medicine and the science developed very well. And they will not stop on that, because the more the science and the medicine have, and the more questions it tries to solve, the better. That is why optimism is the longevity of healthy mind.
например, если мы не просто говорим о продлении
If we are
жизни,
not speaking about just the longevity of human body, what do you think about such technologies like cryonica? For example, if I want to see the world in 100 years, can I just freeze myself and wake up in 100 years? What do you think about that? So if to speak about freezing on cells, probably Mr. Thomas Bosch, as a person who knows
If you ask
how
me,
to work.
if you ask me if it's worthwhile to, it's actually pretty expensive to freeze your body, and there will be no chance that you ever wake up again.
really, that crushed so many of my dreams.
Нет, есть просто животные, которые вот
There are some animals, you know, they freeze themselves for a specific period of time, and they come into anabiosis, and their internal organs, it seems that this specific animal died, but after some time, when the environment becomes more favorable, for example, it's spring or it's warmer, they unfreeze themselves
Yes.
in a specific way like they were before. But why can't we do with the person or human being body? Of course, a man has more difficult and complicated system, but we can extrapolate those results and experiments that we use for animals, and probably we can extrapolate it for a human body. I'm not sure. Can we speak about that, whether there are any studies on cryonica and freezing bodies? But I think...
Can I answer in my point of view? First of all, there's obviously nature has made our body as it is, and if you freeze our body, that's the end of the body. However, I am aware, and you're right, that there are organisms which somehow survive harsh conditions, environmental conditions, and even total freezing, and then after temperature gets higher again, so they somehow awaken and somehow make it again. The cells in these creatures are very different, equipped for exactly that feature. So they have antifreeze proteins and et cetera, et cetera. And so and I think we have not yet even understood how they can do it, but it is extremely unlikely, and I would say as an evolutionary developmental approach, it's impossible to, and it's not a single feature which makes that cell so unique, adapted, so that one can freeze them and thaw them again. To transfer that capability in the human body is out of range. I'm sorry, but I know that people invest a lot of money to companies. They get in a freeze tank, and but they never will wake up again.
Yeah, I heard Disney is frozen.
If I can comment real quickly, I'm sorry, I lost power here. So this issue of freezing the body or freezing the head, you know, this has been around for a while. No human has ever been frozen and brought back to life. There's no evidence to believe that it would work. As far as I'm concerned, it's an effort from these companies to separate money from the people that are trying to live forever. Thomas is right. There are fundamental differences in species that make it not possible for humans to experience the same type of negligible senescence that other species experience. I mean, look, a Greenland shark is capable of living close to 500 years. Some people might think, all right, let's make us like a Greenland shark. Yeah, well, it doesn't work quite that way. One of the reasons why a Greenland shark can live for 500 years is because it doesn't begin reproducing until it's 150 years old. 150 years old. There are fundamental genetic differences in the growth, development, and reproductive pattern of the species that are fixed. Those are genetically fixed programs that influence early life developmental events, and the ones in humans are fixed as well. We're not going to be changing our growth, development, and reproduction pattern anytime soon. Keep in mind, duration of life is calibrated to the onset and length of the reproductive window of the species. So we're not controlling that anytime soon. So all we're doing is taking control over what we can control. This idea of freezing the body, I think, is just ridiculous. I actually attended a meeting years ago that was run by the guy who created Alcor. And I remember asking him, I said, look, if you today will freeze your body now and bring yourself back to life, then I'll invest in the company. I'll even buy it for myself. But until you can actually demonstrate that it works, it's just a scam as far as I'm concerned. So what a waste.
Yeah, so summing up, guys, we need to change our lifestyles. I mean, that's the best thing we can do. And actually, considering this, we have several questions from our audience that are concerning this topic. So the first one, how did you change your lifestyle when you started studying aging? Like, have you implemented your research in your life?
Well, for me, it's really simple. Eat less, exercise more. Exercise is probably the only equivalent of a fountain of youth that exists today. It won't necessarily make you live a whole lot longer, but boy, it sure works to make you feel better along the way. And then diet. I don't smoke, I don't drink, don't use drugs. It's not like we don't know what it is that causes accelerated aging. Dying early is easy. It's very simple to shorten your life. It's not so easy to lengthen it. So, as Thomas said, control what you can control, which is diet and exercise at this point. And pretty much that's about all I can do. I can't control my genetics. Ironically enough, I do carry the FOXO3 gene that Thomas was talking about, which is a gene that's associated with great longevity. There's longevity in my family. I carry the E2E2 polymorphism for ApoE, which is also associated with long, healthy life. So, choose long-lived parents if you can do it.
That makes sense.
I have nothing to add. It's the same, absolutely the same. Try to control your eating behavior and do a little bit of exercise, and that's pretty much. And I also fully agree that the genetic which you can have is choose your parents, and if they get very old, you have a small chance that you also may follow them.
Dr. Binay, do you have something to add to this? Maybe your experiences? В целом вопрос был, доктор Binay, как вы изменили
Overall,
ваш...
the question to Dr. Binay was how you changed your lifestyle when you just started researching aging. We were discussing that, how I changed my lifestyle, my routine, healthy eating, exercising, healthy living. Healthy living is a definition and term defined differently by different people. I just looked at this people with longevity who I was observing. If they managed to live such a long life and they were still pretty active in their old age, they were functioning well, with good memory, more or less good memory. And it brought me some example to follow. And probably we should live as they do, but we are urban people from different sector. We cannot borrow every routine they have. What we can borrow is attitude towards life. Being more positive, probably they were not stressing too much about their processes in life. We should be taking it easier, less negative, being more positive, and that's what I am trying to pursue, and that's what I learned from our people with longevity. Yes, actually, one of the next questions is how can we keep our youth younger, taking into account that we live in a big cities in stress.
Difficulties we face living in cities, like how do we control that? Because, well, not a lot of you mentioned about mindfulness or meditations, which is kind of very popular now with the with people in the cities.
I think we have said everything. I mean, even in cities, there is no reason why people living in cities cannot take care of their nutrition and their eating behavior, and why people living in the city cannot take care of their daily exercises and going out in nature. And that is, which was lost a little bit on this urbanization when people moved into the cities. But if you take care of that, I mean, I warn that we cannot go back to where we came from. And there is lots of literature on which I find completely ridiculous, on paleo diet, et cetera, and eating what people have eaten 10,000 years ago and so on. We cannot go back to that life because our body is also different now from the 10,000 years before, 20,000 years before. But just follow the simple rules, which are just ancient and very wise human insights, and actually first formulated probably by Hippocrates about 300 or 400 years before Christ. Eat under controlled conditions and do exercise and take care of your body. And that means also, of course, of your social contacts and stress. And so there's of course, there's also a psychological part to that. But if you take care of that, then you can do all what you can do.
Yeah, it makes sense. So you don't believe in all these modern diets, paleo diets, keto diets, whatever. There is more of that.
No, because everybody, first of all, everybody is different. And so there is no diet which works for all of us. And why should a diet which was good for people who lived in a completely different environment, houses, social structures, health situation, family situation, why should that diet be good for us now? Our body evolved. We are living today. And of course, we're living in big cities, but it doesn't mean that we have no chance of having a healthy life. Just take care of it and train your children to do that. If I go in the city and I see on the streets all these overweight and obese people, and particularly the children's, chronic inflammatory diseases, allergies, neurodermatitis, and all these things, you can avoid that by the ways which we have discussed. And parents are responsible for their children.
Yes, that is true, actually. So for everyone watching, please take care of your children, take care of your families, because we're responsible for how we bring them up, in what environment do we raise them. And I'm here signal that we have like a couple of minutes left. So I guess just one more question, just one or two sentences. What is the most surprising fact about aging that you know?
If I can answer, for me, the most surprising fact was that aging is controlled not only by our own cells, but also by the cells which we do not see. And these are the microbial cells which living on our skin, in our oral cavity, in our gut, in our lung, in our bladder. And so we have to see the body much more as a much more complex entity than we previously thought.
Thank you. And Dr. Gunay, с вашей стороны,
Я думаю, что мы
I
должны
think that we shouldn't copy we shouldn't be copying current longevity people, but we should be adapting our lives to the urban setting and what we can do, what we can learn from them. This is attitude towards life. This is proper eating, nutrition, more natural products. And nutrition, I believe, has a very important role. And if possible, to eat healthy, to drink more water, and to surround yourself with more positive things, to be more optimistic, positive, because, you know, if a human being is more and more mentally and psychologically in the topic that we will die at the end. Of course, we know that we will die, but one thing is living long and healthy. That's important. Not living long but unhealthy, but living probably shorter but healthy. If you live not even 150 years, but if you live 80, 90 years, you still should be healthy. You should work on developing and evolving your brain. Dimension is always is very often connected to training your brain function, your body, and it's also nutrition, it's exercising and sports, and of course optimistic attitude, being optimist. What can we do in big cities? Of course, we are surrounded by stress every day and everywhere, but we are managing it somehow. But we need to try to reduce it. At least whatever is in is under our control. Try to decrease this level of stress. Decreasing stress, eating healthy if we want to live longer, and to train our brain. Brain exercising is also very important.
So yeah, to sum up the meeting, just eat healthier, exercise both your body and your brain. Be optimistic, and of course, we cannot all live to 200 years old, but at least we can increase our health span by making healthy choices. So it was a very interesting discussion today, and I would like to thank you for donating your time to us. So with us today was Dr. Gunay Akbarova Ben Tzvi from Baku, Professor Thomas Bosch from Germany, I believe, right?
Right.
From Germany, and we've lost connection to Dr. J. Olshansky, unfortunately. So thanks a lot. I was very honored to meet you, and it's a lot of great thoughts to have. And my name is Botakos Kalkenova. I'm the head of MedSupport KZ volunteer movement. So thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank
Настало время вернуться в нашу студию города Нур-Султан.
To Nur-Sultan studio. It should be noted that it was very full of activities day. We talked about technological development of green reality, transformation, and future professions. You will learn a lot more about that of our Nobel Fest. We will be starting 2 p.m. Nur Sultan time, and have a great evening.